Good morning, everyone. We are continuing now with our synthesis for Petal 5. We've done about half of it, and it is program 41. Here's Petal 5 with its double rose color and the strong emphasis upon the pivotal point where the solar angel begins to take over and the man can become gradually advanced man and then the aspirant. Have a little more natural light this morning. The sun is not shining so brightly through these orange curtains, so I just thought to pull the curtains aside and look like a human being, perhaps instead of something from the planet Orange. Okay, let's take a look now. We are at the point where we're discussing the rays, which are most implicated in this petal, excuse me. So I've mentioned 2, 4, 6, and 5, but let's take a look. There are others that should be mentioned as well. You know, it's if we look at this, you know, 1, Leo, 3, the summation of the third aspect okay, I see what has to happen here. Okay, summation of the third aspect at the and this third aspect of divinity sums at the when the star flashes forth at the first degree. And, well, you know, the process of integration, ray 7, bringing the structure of integration together. But anyway, we'll see as we go. Ray 2, definitely, it's a love petal. It's the turning of the attention of the inner self to the love of the real. Let's see here. I think I'll do bring one more, maybe I can, one more of these safely forward. I can't have 5, that's for sure. Learned that the hard way. Okay, 175. And how does it go here? This has the dual effect. I think I should read it again because it's so good. And one tends to forget. The petal of love for the astral plane unfoldment is brought about through the process of gradually transmuting the love of the subjective nature or of the self within, because it is attached to things which are not of the self. This has a dual effect and works through onto the physical plane in many lives of turmoil, of endeavor, and of failure, as a man strives, there's the 6th ray, isn't it, to turn his attention to the love of the real. Up to this time, love has not been the love of the real. There's a little bit of this in Petal 4, with this conscious balancing of the pairs of opposites, but not such an intensity, not such a striving for the real, to be the higher aspect of oneself, or to be in close rapport with it. So turning the attention of what? As a man strives to turn his attention, simply that, to the love of the real. And this is interesting in terms of Ray 2. Ray 2 seeks absolute truth, as we learn on page 203 of Esoteric Psychology 1, where the 7 rays are being summarized. Venus is like a mirror, and we turn our gaze inward if we are advanced enough. Sometimes we just look in the mirror and say, well, you know, how do I look today? And that's simply the form. but we're talking about the inner being, looking in the mirror and discovering that inner being. The solar angels carry lots of Ray 2. They are essentially Buddhic beings. They're like Buddhi, and they use manas for their vehicle. Well, I think it's pretty obvious the importance of the fourth ray, and it's the, in a way, the pivot point from the third ray method of engagement to that of the second ray, because that's always happening on our planet, in our solar system, and within the development of the human being himself, the turning from the third ray to the second. Ray 4, well, there's struggle and turmoil, ups and downs, a turning and a changing of loyalties. Now the personality, now the soul. So there's quite a bit of conflict because the tendency is to turn one's attention to the love of the unreal, and this has to be counteracted. So there's a struggle between two suns, in a way, or a struggle between two aspects of Leo, the I am and the I am that. Oh, well, here, yeah, I see I put that right here. I am is fighting I am that. Yeah. And maybe even in our own life, that is happening, even though we may assume that we have moved along the path. But we're not yet at the point of I am that I am, or I am that I am. So we may be unconscious of the nature of that with which we are struggling, because we are still identified as a personality, but increasingly, with occult study, we learn what actually is happening. Array 6 here, the striving to turn one's attention to the love of the real. So there will be here Scorpio and its ruler Mars, and the integrated personality can be considered to be expressed under Mars altogether. So also a new devotion to the higher self, devotion Mars, which is realized as a possible attainment, and perseverance Scorpio. But we have to remember that the integrated personality, see, INTP, okay, so how about INTP? Well, how about that? We're going to run into that quite a bit, so INTP and integrated personality. Okay, integrated personality. So the integrated personality is ruled by Mars. Every one of the personality elementals and that unit, that rebellious unit called the personality, until it acquiesces to the Venusian ray. Well, what about ray 5? Well, lots of light here. The light of the soul coming in. The double Venus, and, also corresponding with this, the double rose. So brilliance of mind is found here. Genius of the fifth ray Lord. The fifth ray Lord is the brightest of all, and genius is found here with the two petals unfolded. He's pretty well saying that a genius has to be a first degree initiate. He is saying that. We're choosing the upward pentagram, or the downward pentagram of selfishness here. That's ray 5. The pentagram up, the pentagram down. We face two stars, one point up and the other down. And the devil of pride can be here because, we confront many things on the mental plane. Here, Leo is actually quite a mental sign, having to do with the fifth ray and the lower mind. So there's discrimination between two paths, and the dualities are very strongly pronounced. Some people never get out of the, well, it takes, let's just say that, it takes a long time for some people to pass through and beyond the stage of the strong personality, the personality which commands all the attention and with which the individual is identified. What of the love of the real? Well, that's interesting. The real gives you humility, and so does Libra here at a pivot point, and so does the fifth ray. You know, seeing things as they are in fifth ray light, gives us humility, an adjusted sense of right proportion, as it is said. Other rays here are the third, seventh, and first, and ray 3 certainly for creativity and mental excellence, also for the height of personality expression. You know, the throat center is going to be strong here because of the creativity. Throat center, strong source of creativity, and we have human group 6, or soul group, however we want to look at it. They are souls, they are humans, and we talked about that, the people who are first creative and then become the aspirants. So ray 3, yes, and at the first initiation there is a kind of climaxing occurring for the rays of Brahma. At the first initiation, a kind of climax occurs for the rays of Brahma, which are 3 through 7. What about ray 7? Well, transmutation and alchemy, whereby the love nature is changed, indeed. Uranus here, and Uranus related very much to Leo, and Uranus related to the pivot, you know, the re of Uranus, reform, repent, the re of Uranus, turning the other way, the pivot. So we begin to leave a physicality, and we begin to focus more in ethereality, which Uranus rules, and the ethers are solar, and we could say the physical matter is very lunar. That doesn't mean that we cannot connect the ethers with the moon. Those devas do seem to carry the moon on their forehead, the violet devas. So transmutation from something lunar to something solar, that's what's going on. The love of the solar emerges from the love of the lunar. The love of the lunar, of course, is the love of form, which is the unreal. Form is the unreal, and if we love form, forgetting its connection with the formless, then we love unreality. The moon, this kind of the moon represented by the egotistical sun. That's the ahamkaric sun. AHMC, ahamkaric sun is at war with the sun, representing the soul and the heart. So we're really here transmuting the moon into the sun, and Uranus and the seventh ray are needed for this transmutation. When you see a word like he strives to turn his attention, well, actually, I see the word transmute is not used, but to me it is, here it is, gradually transmuting the love of the subjective nature or the self within. Gradually transmuting. Changing the quality and condition of matter. What about the sun? The sun, when it is ego, is the acme of the lunar life. Now that's an interesting idea, you see, that the integrated personality in and of itself, without integrating the energy system of the soul, is the acme of the lunar life. So this means we might call it solarity in a lower sense. The sun, when it is the higher self, is solar in the spiritual sense. So I hope we have it clear. Just because it's the sun doesn't mean that it's necessarily spiritual. The sun is veiling a non-sacred secondary planet. What about ray 1? Well, for being number 1, centralization of the life, a powerful integrated personality. It's the Uranian vibration in another sense, the dominant and dominating personality. Of course, it depends on the ray, but one can have a dominant personality of any ray, meaning that it commands the majority of attention and one is somehow identified with it. It's a very essential petal of reorientation, a real pivotal petal, and it really starts man into his approach to the fifth kingdom of nature. Starts man on his approach to the fifth kingdom of nature. Once you pass this petal, you have a good chance of really living the spiritual life. You still might deflect. It's possible still to deflect, even after the second tier is completely open and lots of work is done, even in the eighth petal. But it seems somehow that some people carry the selfishness here developed with them. We can say selfishness developed in the first part of the petal is somehow carried along and is not transmuted. How then to account for people who might be initiates of even the second degree or close and have lived lives of selfishness? They are really advanced human beings. And, was it really possible that a man like Hitler was an initiate? Well, the legends of Klingsor in Parsifal, with whom some say he was identified, a fallen knight of the Grail, seeking to bring everybody else down too. Color of the petals and their meaning. Rose, orange, rose, blue. Well, rose is the astral plane. It's the emotional expressiveness and the orientation towards something higher. There's always some sort of upward direction in rose. Always an upward direction. Devotion to the newly sensed soul. Of course, we could call it devotion to oneself, to one's higher self. To oneself in the higher sense. And also devotion to oneself in the lower sense, and hence selfishness. There are people, quite... this petal runs the risk. We have the risk here of narcissism, of looking at ourselves in the mirror of Venus, and falling in love with our own image. So a rose is moving us towards selflessness. It's the rising of the solar plexus to the heart center. And we remember in the color description of evolving man, there's a rosy cross athwart an oval of blue at the end of that long isolative tunnel, which represents the path. It's amazing how the images somehow capture the experiences on the path. Orange, Leo is orange, and this is the Leo petal, and we're talking about prana from the sun. And the orange is identified with prana and vitality. And a new prana, a new vitalization of the integrated personality, which now has more power. When the conflicts cease, there is more power. Now, I would say that in petal 4, there is more conflict within the personality. In petal 5, ideally, more conflict between the higher self and the lower self. So then, the personality is all quite put together, and the conflict is with the lower self. Orange, the color of pride, the first part of the petal. There has to be self-respect here. This is where we, I think, gain a self-respecting image, especially in the beginning, as long as we don't take it too far. I'm kind of wondering about the Sun King, Was it Louis XIV? Was that what it was? And he thought a great deal of himself. He had some of this Leo energy, and as you can see from his posing, actually he had a lot of Scorpio and Virgo, but Venus and the Moon were in Leo, and I guess he spent a fair amount of time in front of the mirror, I would suppose. And he had this undue self-affirmation and self-respect, and that kind of ahamkara really ties in with what DK calls the period of evil, which occurred during the time of the French kings, with, of course, Leo ruling the personality of France, so therefore emphasizing that aspect, as well as the third ray power, the personality. Orange is the basic color of the solar angel. Okay. And somehow this is the beginning of, in many respects, it depends on how symbolic we want to look at it, the path to the sun. Perhaps the orange here is more golden. There are esoteric colors which are not exactly what we think them normally to be, but orange rules the lower mental plane. And here, on the lower mental plane, we form the personality around the mental unit. So I'm wondering, am I talking about letters on occult meditation, LOM? I'm not sure. But anyway, orange is a kind of synthesizer, just as the sixth sense, just as the lower mind and the sixth sense are synthesizers. Orange, moving more towards golden, is the prototype of the master to be. So, we get our first real understanding of our solar nature. We can be the imperious sun, or we can be the warm and promotive, loving sun. Two kinds of suns here. Kinds of suns. One is imperious, and it's a great limitation. And the other is loving, vitalizing, and bringing forth the sun in all. So what a pivot this is for people, and when they're really struggling between selfishness and unselfishness. If they've already had that life in the convent or the monastery, so to speak, they should be generally beyond this, having done a lot of developmental work in the sixth petal of self-correction. I guess I could call it that, right? Remember the sixth petal of self-correction. Well, what about this double rose? Rose and reorientation. First, the crisis of balance, and then reorientation. The crisis of balance is being worked out to a certain extent in petal number 4, but it also can come in petal 5, which is related to Aries. Aries is connected to reorientation, or the crisis of orientation, as it is said, page 472 or 3 of Esoteric Astrology, crisis of orientation. So, 3 phases. I am the lower sun. Maybe 4. I become sick of being the lower sun. I recognize R-E-C-Z, the higher sun, the higher and the lower suns are balanced in my life. I attempt to upset the balance by directing my energies towards the higher sun. So maybe not, let's just say several phases, not 3 phases. So really orientation, facing towards the light, facing towards the east. The east is the place of rising selfhood. The east is the place of rising selfhood. And I orient myself towards this higher attractive power within me, more so than with Petal 4. There, in Petal 4, there is a balancing, and here there is a shift, a reorientation, and a strenuous movement towards the higher sun. This is called the path of aspiration. So new types of energy come into the nervous system. The nervous system is conditioned by rose and the soothing of it. So we might say through rose, solar fire for the nervous system, and not just the separative and often abrasive fire by friction. So maybe there are 2 levels of rose, however. There is rose in the earlier tier. The rose of the original 3 may be evolution, or more love of the lower, more ego love. Okay, lower ego love, I guess. We have to be careful there, because it is, after all, in Petal 2, isn't it? The new rose may be more the love of the soul, the devotion to the soul, or what we would say to the soul in others. And all of this will have a powerful effect upon the astral body. So much rose and so much ray 6 as a result. Thus the importance of Neptune, Venus, and in general of the astral body in this in the experiences related to this petal. So, yes, Venus and Neptune both related to rose. Rose is elevation. He arose, the lifting up to the cross. The idea of rose, arose, uplift, the cross, they all come together. When dealing with the second ray, we have to work in the realm of what I might call related ideas. It's kind of a, in some way it's a mercurial thing. You look at ideas, thoughts, things which have kind of a connection with them, and then you concentrate and they all come together and reveal the network of relationships which reflects pure reason, or the pattern of things as they actually are. Pure reason reveals the pattern of things as they actually are. So we're dealing here, in a sense, with the second point in the solar plexus center, when we're dealing with rose, from the lower to the higher, and then from the higher point to the heart. This might even be 2 stages of elevating rose. Well, we go from red to rose to still paler rose, bringing it to the heart. And the first degree is pretty much bringing the sacral center to the throat center, hence the throat center again is important here because of the elevation of the sacral center to the throat center. and of lower mind to a kind of higher mind, maybe not yet abstract mind. Okay, there's some ideas here, but the third ray being important then, because it rules the throat center. Ray 3 important here because it rules the throat center, to which the sacral center elevation, or towards which, the sacral center elevation is directed. So ray 3 is a pivot petal, is a pivot ray as well, and it's a part of the transference. It relates to Libra. It's part of the reversal. Uranus has a lot of ray 3 also. It's part of reversing and turning towards the higher aspect. The Aryan race is not intended to be psychic. Why is that there? But okay. Anyway. The higher psychism is not really starting here, and it is mentality, which closes off the normal psychic reactions, which we share even with some of the animals. I don't know if we're going to share psychism with a starfish, or a worm or something, but we will with some of the mammals. What about blue? Well, blue is going to be here as well. It suggests the heart, and always, to me, and always the transition from the second to the from the sixth to the second ray. Is there royalty here? Yes. This is the royal petal in a way, and for better or for worse, nobility can develop here. But we have the royal blue. The real royalty in our system depends on love, and the real spiritual aristocrat loves. There is a spiritual aristocracy in humanity, as small as we are, and love is the determining factor. And it can be presumed that a reasonable amount of mind has also developed. When we talk about the clear, cold light of intuition, blue is also suggested. Of intuition, blue is suggested, but we're not really here in any type of fullness of intuition. We are beginning to intuit the nature of our higher self. That's where it goes. It's not intuiting the nature of all things in the planet, in the impersonal and broader sense that we have with Buddhi. So if this is just blue and not indigo, because it is not yet indigo, interestingly, the blue is discriminated from the indigo within the petals of the Egoic Lotus. It suggests the heart center and solar plexus center relationship, or what can we say, the relationship between ray 6 and ray 2. So orange and blue are interestingly complements, and the orange ball is grabbed at this point. And he looks towards the 5-pointed star and says, "My star." There's a lot of me and mine in this petal at first. I think it was Ramakrishna that says all of egoism consists in me and mine. So the orange is the sacral center, and the blue, the higher mind, is the blue. Will we find orange in the area of higher mind? I think it is also, it's more likely to be found in the area of lower mind. More likely found in area of lower mind. Sacral center is orange, throat center is silvery blue, interestingly. As orange moves to the blue, there is a movement towards unitive selfhood within the second ray. And it's not so much found within the sixth ray. As orange moves to the blue, It's like the possibility of lower mind moving into an appreciation of higher mind. Heavenly man, SGM, higher mind. Right. Blue and Rose and their relationship together to the second ray, and Master KH, that should be remembered because Master KH, who is the head of the second ray, ashram at this time, works with the devas that are Rose and Blue. So it would seem that the kind of devas he works with have a strong, very strong connection to this petal with this double rose. Sacral center, lower elemental, orange. Throat center, blue, higher mind, but not exclusively. Letters on occult meditation, 216, orange. Exoteric orange is a blend of yellow and red, and esoteric orange is pure yellow. The sacral center, the fifth ray, and the first solar system, and orange. These are ideas we can tie together. You know, the base of the spine is said to have a more reddish color, and by the time we reach the sacral center, it has turned more orange. Tifereth and the sun. Kabbalistically, this petal corresponds with Tifereth. Yeah, I guess we could look at the Sephiroth and maybe have them handy too, perhaps, you know. Might not be a bad thing. We see the Tree of Life here, and I think in the next one we see the planets connected with it. It's not a very good image, but the Earth is here, the Moon is here with Yesod, Malkuth, Earth, Yesod, Hod is Mercury, Netzach is Venus, and Tifereth is the sixth Sephira, and I think connected with the Sun. The Gebura is severity, that's Mars, and Jupiter is Chesed, or mercy. And here, what should we put at the top? You know, is the crown Uranus, or is Uranus considered to be number 2, which is Chokhmah? And then Bina, Saturn, always. So our fifth petal, of course, has a lot to do. It's the sun petal, and it has to do with the sixth Sephira among the Sephiroth. Okay. Something for us to think about. There are many, I think, quite a few images here of the Tree of Life. The images, yes. Are there any that really carry the planets? That's not a very good one. They're kind of small, and they tend not to be too bright. But there's obviously there's a whole system here of work with the paths, and DK gets into that as well. These are in the Hebrew, so not going to help us too much right here at this time. So many of us have been rooted in Kabbalah, and HPB was, and the Tibetan knows himself a great deal about it. It's just too small, Okay, but I think we have enough to give us. I think we have enough to give us the idea if we want to compare. Not that the two systems are easily superimposable upon each other. There are correlations, of course, and DK has worked at these correlations. He even has kind of a color scale concerning them. Maybe he borrowed that from the Golden Dawn, I'm not sure, but then who did the Golden Dawn borrow it from? There was a lot of borrowing going on in those days. So some people have claimed this system for themselves when in fact it's very ancient. Crowley, he was one of the ones who did a lot of borrowing, undocumented borrowing, unauthorized, unacknowledged, undocumented. We cannot be so egotistical that we can think there's anything new under the sun. In the infinity of infinities, nothing is new, future or past. It's the infinitessence which contains all potential, and, well, maybe the essence of actuality is contained in it as well. Anyway, Tifereth is here, and that is the central. I wonder if T-I-P-H-A-R-E-T-H, T-I-P-H-A-R-E-T-H, Tifereth. Okay. Anyway, we're changing our the three colors of love here, and we're kind of changing our adoration of our lower ego into true love, into what can even be called soul love, and we're using the rose color to do it. Okay. Additional colors involved in the petals process. Well, I seem to be including just about everything: red, orange, green, indigo, yellow. The orange is constant, of course, and red is not part of the petal structure, but still it seems that for some types of egos, red will show. And as in the aura of the savage individual, red shows strongly. I wonder to what extent it will show in the lower part of the lotus, maybe not as a color that is associated always with the lower petals, but sometimes, perhaps. In other words, it's not one of the standard colors, but will it show? Well, anyway, the color red will evoke the assertive personality coming under the red of Mars. Orange is sufficient also for the assertive personality. It's the exoteric color of the first ray. It's involved with assertion. Orange in the fifth ray, I am separate, and Leo is involved with that, the ability to distinguish the self from other selves. I am separate. Of course, that comes in at the very first petal. After a while, one realizes one's apparent separation, and for a long time one is under the spell of that realization. I am separate, and I assert the separate self. So that's the orange connected with Leo, the first ray, and the fifth ray. Green is the color of the consummated persona, because the personality is the third aspect of the three periodical vehicles, and green associates with the fourth chakra, or heart chakra, at least in some scales. Some methods of presenting the chakras. Actually, DK is giving us a different color, but in terms of the very center of the spectrum, comparing the center of the spectrum with the center of the chakras, then green can be found. It's a healing color related to the heart, and the heart is a healing center. Indigo is the esoteric color of Ray 5, and definitely related to Venus and to Libra, as DK has assigned a tipping point. So early petal is orange, and later petal maybe relates to higher Venus. This color is not found in this petal, but it is a color which the individual can use to promote the second ray and to develop a higher part of the fifth ray, which is trying to learn something about this higher self, the fifth ray higher self. So in this petal, we're going to have the contrast between the brilliant light of the personality. It really reaches a stage of quite fulfilled brilliance in and of itself, and the growing light of the soul, the growing light of the soul. Yellow is related to the sun and to the brilliant mind, and this is not, well, is it a Buddhic petal? Only in the sense that at the first degree the Buddhic influence is felt subjectively. It's not yet a fully Buddhic petal. That's more the 8th petal. But there is a reflection of Buddhi coming in later in the 5th petal process. So the pivotal petal for human development. This middle petal is a great point of synthesis, and we've talked about the red, the orange, the yellow, the green, the blue for the transference. We've talked about that from the solar plexus to the heart, uniting those two, solar plexus and heart. The indigo for a synthesis that is the personality, and hopefully it will be a synthesis that will reflect spirituality. And then the violet for transmutation. All the colors can be found related here. I think as more and more colors begin to show up in the number of petals, we will find a place, a more obvious place for all of the energy factors. Rays implicated on the basis of color, well, the 6 for the rose, the orange, ray 5 and ray 1, the rose again, double, and blue, ray 6 and ray 2. We have 3 times ray 6. We obviously have a strong aspiration here, strong level of aspiration. So much of this ray 6 suggests the heart of the sun through Neptune, a higher form of ray 6, not just the red of desire. We are really lifting up the heart unto the Lord, you might say, lifting up the heart unto the Lord. So, ray 6, toward what will one orient oneself? That is the question. There's a strong choice in this petal between selfishness and unselfishness. So, let's just say Libra is there with its relation to Uranus, and so is Scorpio with its relation to Uranus and to the process of determined reversal. So, you go the other way with Uranus. It is Uranus is a planet. Is a planet of reversal. So there's a kind of commitment to the soul here, a treading of the path towards something higher, a higher power. That's the 6th ray. So much 6th ray here. It makes sense that aspiration, the path of aspiration, should begin here. With so much ray 6, it makes sense, I must say. It makes sense that the path of aspiration begins here, in the later part of the organizing and vitalizing process. So the higher point of the solar plexus begins to be active, and it's oriented towards higher objectives than those of low desire. What is the major sign in the series beginning with Aries in the counterclockwise or natural order? This is Leo. Obviously, we've been talking about it. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, 1, 2, 3, Cancer, 4, Leo, 5. 2 selves, 2 suns, so which one will you choose? I think the battle between selfishness and unselfishness, or at least the tendency towards unselfishness, is very strong here. So a day of judgment will come in the 5th round. The 5th petal will be involved, and the war at that time will decide whether we have egos with a little e or egos with a big E. Now, DK oftentimes, when he uses the word lower e ego, he still means the soul, but for our purposes we can discriminate. Sometimes ego with a capital E will represent the spiritual triad, and it can even represent the monad. There's one place where egos is all caps, but in that case I think it is the triad, page 177. of treatise on cosmic fire. So Leo is a very important sign for this petal. Let's just say the most human of all the signs, as we are told, and you get the choice here. You get the choice of being a normal human being of rather high development as a personality, or of beginning to be a member of the fifth kingdom of nature, still a human being, but moving into a higher kingdom. That is a choice. I mean, you're not at the higher kingdom yet. That is coming in for advanced man and generally for the initiate of the first degree, and even the initiate of the first degree is only a early member of the kingdom of God. But by the time we're a master of the wisdom, we are very much a full member of the kingdom of God. We are the true sage, and we're ready to move into yet another kingdom, the kingdom of planetary lives. What is the major sign in the series beginning with Aries in the clockwise order? And here it is Sagittarius. Sagittarius, the sign of integration, and alignment. All the personality is lined up, and obviously, and reoriented. A new direction is conceived here at the fifth petal. Ray 6 is strongly related to Sagittarius, so the Sagittarius is only reinforcing the powerful blue and rose Ray 6 that is found here. Ray 6, devotion and idealism, aspiration, integration, and direction. All of these fit together. Which way do you go? What are your higher ideals? Do you glorify yourself as a personality, or do you have the ideal of the higher self? So, do you glorify yourself as a personality, or do you have the ideal of the higher self? So we set our sights upon a higher goal, and everything lines up in our personality to help us reach that goal. I see the goal, I reach that goal, and then I see another. But definitely, the soul-in-incarnation is setting its sights upon something new at this point. What is the major sign in the series beginning with Pisces and moving in the clockwise direction? And it is Scorpio. That means Scorpio is doubled. Scorpio stages the release of the lower ego from its own self-preoccupation. Scorpio takes the lower ego apart. The lower ego apart. And we have the so-called death of the personality or of the lower ego. Death of the personality doesn't mean it is useless or dead in terms of its efficiency and its applicability. No, it's dead as a major center of focus. We're no longer living from within the personality as if it were ourselves. Okay, we are at that point now where we can look at other signs implicated and the meaning of these signs in relation to the fifth petal. We've looked at the series, the clockwise and counterclockwise series, 1 in the clockwise and 2 in the counterclockwise series, Aries, Sagittarius, and Scorpio. Now let's see what else we might have here. Is the Taurus-Scorpio axis involved? Well, There's high aspirational idealism. The highest aspirational idealism is found in Taurus. There's also a lot of light, Taurus, and a lot of pride, Taurus. So, light and the need to enter the dark in order to have more light. That's Taurus and Scorpio. And Scorpio is such an important sign here in terms of the turmoil. It is a sign because it is the middle water sign, and it's a sign with the clockwise wheel beginning with Pisces. So always the sign opposite of a sign which is important in the petal will be important as well. And they're rays, lots of ray 4 here for the struggle and the turmoil, right? And we learn of Taurus, let struggle be undismayed. The struggle and turmoil fit with these two signs, Scorpio and Taurus. Sagittarius, well, we've discussed that. It's the striving to direct one's attention to the real, away from the love of form and to the love of that which is real. And the higher type of Sagittarian person loves truth. Scorpio, yes, a must for all for all the turmoil and let's just say learning to take the first steps which lead from the fourth kingdom to the fifth kingdom. Gemini, the higher sun and the lower sun, the higher self and the lower self, and the strong second ray aspect and the sort of conflict and a duel between them. It's kind of interesting that dual and duel are related, and unless we have two, we cannot have conflict. Aries, well, the crisis of orientation is here. Let's see, if we go here to Esoteric Astrology, let's say page 472 or 3, the crisis of orientation under Aries, and its quality is reversal. So it's here that the first reversal of the wheel is occurring, and so it fits quite well, I think. The turning in the new direction, starting a new orientation, orientation, and Orion, such a magnificent constellation, and possibly, obviously associated with more than one ray, but its brilliance associates it with the second ray, and the relationship finally to the Christ. But it is also the great hunter, and it has a lot of the sixth ray in it as well. Anyway, towards a higher sun. What about Libra? Well, getting ready to reverse the wheel for the first time, and having now to really choose, between the pairs of opposites. We have not had to do that before, but this is a commitment. The Libra ascendant with the Leo sun, and maybe vice versa. Libra sun and the Leo ascendant reversing the wheel. So we are making an important decision about whether to follow the sun of lower ego or the sun of higher self. Lower ego or and we'll make it a capital, the sun. Whoop. What happened? Yeah, the sun of higher self. We're not so much dealing with Cancer or Virgo here or Pisces. They all have a strong moon. They all have a strong matter. But in a certain sense, as I said, the egoistic personality is the highest lunar expression. It's an ahamkaric expression that has to do with that part of ourselves, which is lunar, and the strong light which can come from the lunar self, albeit its reflected light. Is there ambition here? Well, there certainly is, of course. Then what about Capricorn? You stand high and at first, and later gain some humility after Scorpio does its work. So I think Capricorn has a fittingness here. You stand high at first. You know, you're so happy to live this life of the dominant personality for 3, 7, or even 11 lives. Things have come together, and in some way, conflict has ceased. There may be conflict within between you and your environment, but the internecine conflict of Petal 4 has ceased. Internecine conflict of Petal 4 has ceased. In other words, struggle within the personality elementals themselves. But when the personality has really integrated, it's not struggling within itself, it's just trying to express power, its own type of quality. And then it gets into trouble with the environment and with persons in the environment. What about Aquarius? Well, the sign of genius and of the spreading of that light of genius. And really Leo is too, spreading of the light of genius. In our society, to be a genius is the greatest thing. It's because it's a society largely determined so far by third-ray objectives. And maybe to have that kind of brilliant mind is the peak of the third-ray development process, the Brahmic development process. But there are other types of intelligence. You know, more and more, we are speaking of emotional intelligence. Usually, let's see, INTEL, intelligence, yes. Usually in the early school training, it's all about the mind. If a person has a very loving nature, that's nice. If they have a very strong nature, that's nice, good for them. But it's all about the sort of kings of our and queens of our school system are those who have the mind highly developed. And this is really it's a distortion, really. It's an incomplete picture of what man really is. I think I used to be that way myself. I have friends from the olden days who have remained precisely that way. It seems like they have not moved into the second aspect of divinity. And counting the first aspect of divinity as something of great value in itself, this is not the usual thing that you find in the various schools. So we need a more balanced approach. Anyway, Aquarius, a major sign of genius and of synthesis. A sign of synthesis. So what about Pisces? Well, perhaps because of relinquishment. We have to let go of the old lower ego, and lower sun. And it's about relinquishment and, the loss of attraction for the ways of the previously splendid personality. Okay, what about signs implicated on the basis of their color? Well, there's no sign for the rose color unless it is Pisces, and I think with the exalted Venus and the special rulership of Neptune in Pisces, rose can apply. I'm thinking of Master K.H. and his strong Pisces component and how the rose and the blue are so strong for him. And we can see, I think, both rose and blue in relation to Pisces. Orange, of course, Leo. Rose, again, no sign. And blue, Sagittarius, rich blue, and Taurus, deep blue. Maybe more the Sagittarius. Taurus indicates the light, but Leo is the light of the soul. The Taurus is, let's see, this is the place where, if we go to esoteric astrology, we find on page 330, the various lights, and 329, the penetrating light of the path. This is a beam of light streaming forth from the point in Aries and revealing the area of light control. These are such occult words, but when the light of the soul grows sufficiently within us, or any of the higher lights, they are means of controlling that which we encounter, the environment and the general elemental life. I think we see how powerful Taurus is in relation to the path. Okay. Major constellation most indicated. Well, Pleiades still, but now Canis Major and Sirius. Pleiades is perhaps beginning to fade. You see, in the first stage of personality splendor, the Pleiades are still involved, and of course they're involved on much higher turns of the spiral. They are, well, they're the great excuse me, source for our local cosmos, and they are also a source of cosmic Buddhi from which our sun is nourished, our solar logos. But we're talking just on the microcosmic level, and Sirius is coming into play. Sirius, in relation to Venus, the first sense, you might say, of Sirian light. Sirius is so close to the sun, you know. Our sun is like an attenuated Sirius in a way. They are a pair together. I don't know technically whether our sun's cosmic mate is Sirius, but they certainly have that kind of connection, which makes one think of the relation between the head center and the heart center, or maybe the ajna and the heart center, with our sun playing the role of heart center. Anyway, we are becoming loyal to the direction in which the soul can be found. We're following a new master, the higher self, the soul, and no longer the personality. And if you think of it, you know, the image of the loyal dog following his master. And interesting enough, Orion is the master. Sirius, a great second ray, fundamentally second ray star, is following maybe a higher prototype of the second ray. Of course, they all have various rays. If our little Earth can have all 7 rays and all these combinations, just imagine Orion with its 7 first magnitude stars. It has a number of, it has all the rays. So when we say, oh, the ray of Orion is thus and so, we have to know on what level we may be speaking. Or we're hardly in a position even to know the 3 major rays of stars, or even of planets, yet alone constellations. But we can, some hints are given, and we can infer. All of it is very relative in this ever shifting interplay in time and space. So much depends on the time in which we ask that question, you know. What is the ray of our sun most in effect? Well, it's the second ray at this time, because there's this solar logos has a second ray personality. Personality is still important, and a second ray soul. But will that always be the case? Will there not be later in this relative shifting of things a first ray personality for our solar logos in the next solar system? And will there not be a time when the fourth ray monad, perhaps fourth ray monad, and certainly ultimately a second ray monad emerges? So when you ask a question about what's the ray of any particular being, we have to know something about the cycle that it is in, and the rays of the different vehicles that may be pronounced in a particular cycle. Okay, so this is very strange. What can we substitute for Sirius? I'm not sure what this means, but let's just say the Sirian vibration is certainly coming in at this petal. Well, the solar angels are representatives of Sirius, the Sirian influence, and they are now becoming down-gazing. Solar angels from Sirius are downward gazing on the personality. I think there's a lot here about Sirius, Leo, and Jupiter at this petal. It certainly is opening the door to a higher self, represented by Sirius and higher Leo, and then Jupiter expanding out of the third aspect of divinity and into the second. Are there any secondary constellations implicated? Well, I'm choosing a few. The Little Bear, Argo, Hydra, Corvus, Crater. The Little Bear is orientation and is related to Leo, and Polaris is the tail of the Little Bear. So there is a new orientation. And the Little Bear, this lunar body, LTB, Little Bear, suggests also the ajna center of a great being. And this involves not only seeing the direction, but integrating the personality. The Argonauts, they were beginning their journey in the ship Argo, and we're beginning the spiritual journey here, really. Now, there are three particular extra-zodiacal constellations associated with Leo. So do we realize the nature of the Hydra, the sea serpent? The serpent of egoism, perhaps? It's a very big, very long, sinuous constellation. It somehow spans 6 or 7 constellations. The other is, so we have to wrestle with this serpent, and maybe, Hercules wrestling with the lion is pretty much like the wrestling with the serpent of egoism as well. There are many more associations with it, but I'm trying to keep it limited to our subject to the degree I can. The crater, the cup of the grail, being filled with the wine of the higher self, we might say, this is potentially so. There is a higher, how did we call it? Higher, let's see, how did it go? Oh, it's from 822, isn't it? So do I dare open one more and still hope that something will not freeze on me? Or okay. I had to reinstall the whole program because I had opened up 5 of them, and that's just too many. So a treatise on cosmic fire, page 822 and 822, higher intelligent love, higher love, which is intelligence. So very Venus in Petal 2, higher intelligent love. Putting these words together, we see the different emphasis. The first one ends with knowledge, the second one ends with love, the third one ends with sacrifice. That's the final noun in the series. Okay, so the cup is the grail, being filled with the wine of the higher self, which is the source of higher intelligent love, very Venusian in that respect. Okay, very Venusian. It's also the cup of karma, and I think under Scorpio there's a lot of karma to be released before the first initiation. Lots of karma to be released before the first initiation. The stem of the cup, and the cup opens up, and you begin to fill it. Okay, so there is a kind of receptivity here to the good and to also that which must be expiated before moving further. There is the search for the Holy Grail. The cup and the causal body, in a sense, are the same, the grail and the causal body. At this petal, you can tell people that they can begin to go in search of the Holy Grail, which is, of course, so within themselves. It's so much like the human being to search without for that which is within. But that is the result of the initial extroversion of the consciousness into the world of unreality and the world of form. There's the crow. It is ruling the third decanate. He pecks at the serpent. It's interesting. He is not friends with the serpent. He represents the law. The crow is the omen and the messenger of the gods, usually of some sort of Saturnian news. It tells you your fate. I don't know this, but someone suggested that in the London, there's the London Tower and 7 crows. I don't know that reference, but of course many people have met the crow in the London Tower. And sometimes we hear that expression, maybe the crow as a bird, doesn't taste very good. Not like a chicken or a pheasant or something like that. And we have the expression eating crow. So eating crow is something about swallowing your karma, I suppose. I'll put that down. Eating crow is like swallowing your karma. There is the hydrus is here, and it is a great water being. It probably is telling us something about the astral plane and its relationship to the lower ego. It has a connection, I think, with Cetus, the sea monster, the enemy of little fishes. The little fishes are the soul. So when searching for the grain, we are searching for the second aspect of divinity. Okay, I'm not sure. Some of this happened more in the past, but these are some of the constellations that we can consider related to the second petal and its process. Well, we do face Cetus, the sea monster. He is the raging elemental forces which have at last to be tamed by the personality as the center, and then by the soul as well. Cassiopeia, the throned woman, and throned woman, materialism, possibly. Leo, one of the most material of all the signs, interestingly enough. Perseus, the hero. Well, I think we could begin to find him here as he begins to overcome and overpower the personality linked with the third aspect and all of the Hydra-like activities of that personality. Maybe a little bit. The river of incarnation, maybe not so much. Eridanus, Auriga, the charioteer, well, the integrated personality covering speed, with speed. See, if you're born and you're working through a fifth petal process and you have these other constellations, they can contribute to the process in various ways. Orion, definitely. The luminosity, the whole factor that this is a lighted petal, and Orion has sometimes been connected with the solar plexus of the one about whom naught may be said, although I wonder whether that distinction should not be given to our own local series of 7 related stars in the 7 solar systems, of which ours is one. Nevertheless, the great light and the unblinding of Orion. He was blinded and then sight is restored. Lepus the hare, I don't think so. Canis minor, the aspirant, definitely. Canis major, definitely. Lining up along the Sirius, Leo, and Jupiter line. Argo, the beginning of the big trip. Ursa minor, pointing the way as the Ajna Center does. Ursa major, coming in touch with these higher forces. The father aspect, maybe a little. And all of these, of course, Hydra or Hydrus, Crater and Corvus, we have discussed. the sacrifice of Coma Berenices, Bootes, if he is the Christ. Some think that Bootes and Centaur should be reversed here, and the Bootes is more the climactic figure, and the Centaur is involved with the creating the sacrifice necessary of our skin, our hide, our outer self. The crux is the Southern Cross. Well, I'm not sure how many of these. There is the coming in touch with the Christ aspect through the solar angels in that respect. Lupus, are we willing to sacrifice the ego and lay it on the altar? I suppose so. We're not yet crowned, Corona Borealis. Serpens, it's like Hydrus. The personality is the lower serpent, and we have to recognize that and deal with it. Ophiuchus is the healer and the serpent handler. Maybe we have that within us which can handle the serpent. We are strong here, and both Leo and Scorpio, which rule the fifth petal, are preeminent signs of Hercules. Lyra. It's the altar, and I haven't emphasized that enough. I've talked so much about the falling gripe, or the falling falcon, but this wonderful sign of the harp, and we can see that the bow and arrow and the harp are closely related. So we are sacrificing here, but let's just say that it has to do with Apollo's harp and the sevenfold structure, the seven strings related to the seven rays. And there is creativity here at the fifth petal, and the creation using those seven qualities. Aura, well, we are more consciously laying the lower ego upon the altar. As for Draco, it's just so powerful. It seems it would come in somehow a bit later. Sagitta, it's the arrow of pain. It's a little premature for that, but certainly when the king is sick, when the lower ego is sick, it may have been struck by this arrow of, it decomposes the ego, we might say. This arrow that indicates the Via Dolorosa. As far as Delphinus goes, we are disporting happily in the waters, rising up and out of the waters. We are doing that in the creativity and often joy of the fifth petal. Aquila is the conqueror. Maybe at the third initiation and at the fifth initiation it will have a real application. I suppose it should be connected with Capricorn, and in the third decanate of Capricorn it is the initiatory decanate, and we do have that initial initiation here at the fifth petal, the first initiation. Cygnus the swan, it flies very high. Probably not. Pegasus, I think, the winged horse, the power of the integrated personality. And Pisces Austrinus. It depends on what decanate we're using. I've sometimes put Pisces Austrinus in the first decanate, but because Cygnus is so climactic in that respect. Yes, I wonder whether Pegasus is the central decanate. Actually, with all of these extra zodiacal constellations, anybody who's born in the sign has all three of them, but one of them might be in more relation to your particular decanate of birth, and that decanates of birth are important. DK assigns some group meditations on the basis of your decanate of birth. So the fish savior, not yet. The band, well, we're breaking the band, or at least the band is not holding us so strongly to the personality. Andromeda, well, Perseus is helping to free her. This is the beginning of the process of freeing the enchained soul. Cepheus, the king, well, we're not really yet coming in touch with the father aspect. So we can go through these. Well, we could do that with the decanates too. But the extra-zodiacal constellations are important. I suppose something that I really haven't dealt with and should is the, let's see here, the decanate rulers. Oh, let's see, let's try to get this in. There we go. The decanate rulers, which could be important in different phases of the petal process. I think it may be getting a little too complicated, but we have to be aware of our decanate and how the decanate affects the sign. See, with that sign, we are working in a certain area of petal experience or across a range of maybe 3. And with our decanate ruler, the particular decanate we're in our sign, and the decanate ruler, it will tell us even more about how we can be working within that field of experience. But if we try to lay out all of the indications for every one, it'll be filled with error, and it will maybe take away the possibility of people figuring this out for themselves. It's probably too complicated to get into, but it could be considered. All right, so that gives us an idea of these extra-zodiacal constellations, which may be connected with the experience in the petal. The synthesizing planet most associated with this tier of petal, well, Saturn is the really integrated personality, but Neptune is the reaching out for something higher. And that's really going on here at once it is realized that the personality is limited. So first Saturn for the integrated personality, and then Neptune for reaching towards something higher. The division of the synthesizing planetary triplicity most associated with this petal, well, it's Neptune sub-Neptune. And there, in that sense, is a double rose. The heart of the sun influence is incipient here. We don't have necessarily the fuller heart of the sun influence as we will at the second initiation. But there is a higher power, and we're entering, in a way, potentially a mystical phase, which the mystical, I want to kind of say this, the mystical phase dissolves former personality structures. So we're moving, in a way, from the personality to the stage, we might call it the aspirant mystic. So up until this time, the physical sun has been the source. Now the heart of the sun is coming in strongly. What is the neighboring planet most associated with this petal? We're talking here about Mercury, Venus, and Mars as our neighboring planets. Well, we're definitely in the Venus tier, and the division of the planetary triplicity most associated with this petal is Venus sub-Venus, or, Neptune sub-Neptune. Both of them emphasize that which Rose gives in terms of attraction to and magnetism to some altogether more refined aspect of ourselves. The Sun-Moon polarity most associated with this petal, well, it's both sun and moon, really, in a way. We said the egotistical personality, or the ahamkaric personality, is the peak of lunar development. But then also we are moving towards a true and higher sun. Sirius, I think, is represented by both the sun and the moon. We're somewhere it talks about a division of 7 energies, 3 energies, and 2 energies. The 7 energies are of the Great Bear. The 3 energies are of the Pleiades. Might relate to the non-sacred planets, Mars, Pluto, and the Earth. And then the Sirius has 2 energies associated with it in a way, the Sun and the Moon. I wonder if that has some relationship to the duality of the Makara. Now, it's just a thought. Anyway, maybe some relationship to the duality of the Makara. So the Sun is powerful in this first really solar petal. All of the non-sacred planets, maybe they can all be found here in some form of expression. But the main thing is, it'll sound strange to say, there are 2 suns here, and one of them is more lunar, and the other is more solar. One of them is really related to the path of initiation and to the second ray development, and the other, we'll call it this. The lower sun is the, and I'll AHMC, Aham Karak sun. I should be able to have an abbreviation for that. AHMC, Aham Karak. Maybe I will. I think I did have it once. AHAM, Aham Karak. Okay, AHAM, okay. We'll call it Aham Karak. Aham Karak. One might almost as well write the word. Anyway, the Aham Karak sun is a lunar sun because it brings the lunar vehicles, bringing the lunar vehicles to their highest point of expression and illumination. Okay. Okay, let's look into the question of the planets. Looks like we have most of them here. Vulcan, Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars. We should see, is the Earth here? Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Okay, well, there are so many more planets than this, but these are the major ones. So, Vulcan and the Sun are one. Vulcan for the Sun, and the soul begins to grip its instrument. Part of that grip is the strangling of the lion, you know, the lion of pride. Maybe it doesn't really happen completely until later, but already the lower ego is in the grip of the higher lion, so to speak. So if the soul, as Vulcan, begins to grip its instrument, then Taurus is somehow involved. The forcing process begins. Vulcan bends the personality to its will. It starts the process going. This is, it may not be as much in earnest as in the Virgo petal, where all kinds of shaping up has to occur. The petal of self-correction, we might say. But this, at least, is part of it, a major petal of aspiration, and somehow a higher power is beginning to get hold of the lower ego tendencies. Vulcan and the Sun are one. The grip, the fist, pressure, bending, pushing, these are all Vulcanian words. And it's kind of interesting, the will to expression tied in with the seventh ray. Vulcan has some of that in its rhythmic aspect. So some creative potential must emerge here in form. So let's just say the will of the higher of the pairs of opposites is being felt, and the response of the personality is to aspire. Mercury restores sight to the blind, so I begin to see in the light of the soul. In relation to Gemini, the bridge between two suns begins, and one must learn how to balance them, and not just balance them as if they each have equal rights, but balance them in such a way that the lower of the pairs of opposites becomes the instrument of the higher. We have the lower Antakarana, and it is a peculiar statement. It can be yearned along. Okay. There is the aspiration to rise along the line which Mercury provides, and Mercury does have to do with elevation into the heights. Let the group serve as Aquarius indicates. Let Mercury speed the group upon the upward way. Mercury does speed upon the upward way. We're not there yet where we're talking of the kind of Mercury that's found in the advanced rules, but it does bring elevation. It creates a pathway from the lower to the higher. And this ability to, in a Gemini-like manner, have these two really communicate and become more related. This will improve, of course, as we get closer to the path of initiation. Mercury is also the star of conflict, so it fits in here with this very conflicted petal, where the battle between the pairs of opposites is very strong. Maybe not as strong as in the eighth petal, but strong. And many lives, too. In the eighth petal, you know, well, how long will it take? It can take a long time between the first and the second initiation, and work is being done, strenuous and abnormal work, in the eighth petal. But after that, the initiations can be quite close to each other. What about Venus? Well, as I say in spades, excessively so. The brilliant light of intellect or soul. So two kinds of light are associated with Venus, the higher and the lower, higher and lower mind, and two minds unite in this case, not yet the abstract mind, which is more maybe connected with Mercury, with Saturn, with Uranus. Through Venus, the light content of the causal body increases, and Venus, the brightest of all the planets from our perspective, could be related to the appearance of the radiant lotuses, the beginning of the radiant lotuses, whose radiance only increases as we go along, even to the full unfoldment of the causal body. Okay, this brightest of all planets is connected to our Earth, very intimately so. I wonder about the Earth. Well, the Earth, you know, it's a 4. Its symbol is a 4. It's a 3 going to a 2. In other words, let's just say that. Yeah, I try to get this down if I just find it. The process on the Earth for humanity is very similar to the process in Petal 5. The movement from the 3 to the 2. And this is, it's also from the planetary perspective, from the third ray personality to the second ray soul. So that's our big task in this pivot which we are making in this central petal, from the third aspect to the second, from the lower sun to the higher sun. We're reversing the wheel. We are changing our directions. So the Earth has its place here. Well, the Earth has its place in everything we do, of course. Being Earthlings at the moment. Excuse me. Mars. Well, Venus and Mars are fighting here. Venus represents the higher self, and Mars the integrated lower self. So for turmoil, struggle, and a battle between my good self and my bad self, you know, Mars is really here. It's an ego battle. let's just say, ego battling with ego, little ego. There's a striving here, and Mars is part of that. Once Mars is harnessed, we can say. Once Mars is harnessed to the higher of the pairs of opposites, there is much striving. And I believe in the statement it says, as a man strives to turn his attention to the real. Of course, it's related to Scorpio and related to Aries, which is beginning a new Aries is beginning a new direction, reversing. Okay, Aries, whoops. Okay, Aries beginning a new direction towards the second aspect in earnest. So there's personality assertion with Mars, of course. Mars is also the concrete mind, but maybe this is more related to petal 3. Mars is the entire personality in terms of this petal. Mars is excellent for fiery aspiration, the higher part of Mars, we might say. It can be involved in failure due to the wrong assertion of the lower self. So you have asserted yourself egotistically or egoistically, and you are rejected by your environment. And, you know, Martian assertion will only go so far. We wake up with it and say, well, what have we really accomplished? And we realize there's much more on the other side that is not having to do with personality assertion. Sometimes people, you know, after they fail, they come to the New Age teaching and how to direct your life after failure, as DK talks about the uses of the lessons of failure. So, but if you do become an aspirant, and this is the petal in which the aspirant will appear, we can tell that by studying human group number 6. These are the creative people, and, you know, they do all kinds of assertive things, and then he calls them the aspirants. So Mars can be very useful when it's not tethered to lower desire and to the assertion of the lower self for its own sake. Well, Jupiter, you know, Sirius, Leo, Jupiter, definitely so. There is personality, success, and fulfillment here. You have it all, but is there more, you know? Having it all. That is Jupiter attached to the personality per se. It's also involved with all manner of expansion, and this is the expanding of the self with a little s into the larger self. As I said before, nothing fails like success, you know. Well, at least you reach your outer limits, the outer personality limits, and it per se can expand no more. We need something of acquiescence, something of the law of sacrifice. It's hard for one who has gathered so much to begin to think that sacrifice is the way of further acquisition, but of spiritual goods rather than material. The sun could be here as well. Sun as well as Jupiter. It's a blazing petal. Brilliance, distinction, noteworthiness, standing out from the crowd. They are both the heart. Sun is the heart for the average human being. Jupiter is the heart for the disciple. So we ask ourselves, in what is our heart really invested? And there's often the way we find distinction in relation to our personality vocation, and then finding a subtler type of distinction in relation to carrying out the purpose of the soul. Let's just say this is such a second-rate petal in a sense, and so related to the heart, because the solar angels are in a way from the heart of God, we might say, and they are really looking in here and doing their work initially, that the Sun and Jupiter have their place in these kinds of experiences. And later, of course, after the fall, so to speak, the Sun is the heart of the Sun, and Jupiter offers the higher opportunities, which are not just personal opportunities. So let's just say that later the sun becomes the heart of sun, and Jupiter offers higher opportunities which are not just personal opportunities. At first, we can have the big ego. I mean, that is Jupiter too. And the self, the lower self looks awfully big and one loves it, Or later, one becomes big-hearted and begins to love others. I don't know who said here the big baby comment, but, I suppose Leo has that childlike quality and can be quite self-indulgent. The lower Leo says, well, there's no room for you and for me because I need the stage. And I can't have the stage if you're there too, so there's not much Libra in that, is there? There's just, but eventually one realizes, hey, there's just too much of me and it's getting dull, because everyone else is the rest of the universe, and you're just one small part, and if you try to make the part into the whole, except metaphysically, okay, but if you try to make the part into the whole, you're going to be missing everything else, so it gets a little tedious, the burden of the self, so to speak, as it's called in Aquarius, but we have this in Leo as well, the concealed higher point. So Jupiter can be involved here at first in exaggerating the importance of the personality, but then later putting all things into perspective, right? But later putting all things, including the lower self, into perspective. Okay, so turning towards the love of the soul, the vision of the soul, that's Jupiter, expanding life by reaching towards the soul. The expanded lower self, well, Master Morya has called the ego a big ball of fat. It just impressed me, and of course that's a Jupiterian reference, and it's a lower application of Jupiter to a lesser thing. And later we stand back and we embrace the whole world, and our self becomes immensely full because we begin to identify as everything else too. We become inclusive, as DK tells us, including everything, including the entire entourage. So under Jupiter we develop a more inclusive vision of the self. We get into, depending on our ray, of course, philanthropy, through largesse, helping through largesse, helping others. Financial largesse is one of the ways, and there's all kinds of largesse. Financial, right. Okay, so our expanded consciousness begins. Jupiter's very important here. The triangle Sirius, Leo, Jupiter gives you the hint. You're in the beginning of preparing for the Syrian initiation regime. Leo is the sign in which you take the first initiation, in or under, and Jupiter gives the rewards of this higher Christed perspective. Okay, Saturn. Well, it's certainly related to Libra and the decision that has to be made, and to the limitation of ego, the lower ego. Saturn is the planet of choice, and it's here between the lower self and the higher self the choice is made. Saturn contributes, gloomy Saturn, to this sense of not having lived up to one's potential. So it gives that sense of failure and of accurate self-assessment. We cannot remain hopelessly, optimistically inflated about our nature, but we begin to see ourselves as we are, and this can contribute to the fall, to the crash, and also to a realistic reassignment of goals. So we are, under Saturn, learning the lessons of selfishness. With Saturn and Leo, it's a very high combination from the shambolic sense, but that we can't get the recognition we crave or deserve. Oh, gosh, Yeah, I was just thinking about Leo in general. This man did not have Saturn in Leo, but he was one of these people who went berserk and started shooting people. But he had so much Leo, and Chiron there with it. And his whole complaint was, I'm not getting the recognition from women that I deserve, And this allowed him to just go berserk. So many people are snapping now because they don't see a way out. They don't see the path, and the light is not falling on their countenance, So they turn back and do horrible things out of despair. Saturn in Leo you can establish yourself as a despot, forcing others to submit to your personality, and forcing others somehow to give you that which you think you lack. It's probably a great sign in one way. Let's see. Probably this is good because the lower self is limited, and one might as well know it, that it is hopeless to try to fulfill the self by means of the lower self. So if I seem limited, I am, and even if I were the fullest of the full in my personality sense, it would still be extremely limited. There's also here the consequences of selfishness and of selfish expression and expansion. The karma comes in. So we really have to make sure that we are making the right decision at the fifth petal, because a line of selfishness can be started here which may be hard to discontinue. A line of selfishness can be started which it is hard to discontinue. Sometimes in Libra, decisions are made later which take a person off onto the path of materialism. Where did the tendency begin, I suppose you would have to do reincarnational research and see the degree to which selfishness was established. But egoistic selfishness can be established here at the fifth petal and difficult to break. So the karma of wrong self-assertion, Saturn in Leo, that's the lower interpretation of it. Of course, fulfilling the deficiencies, making up for the deficiencies, this is also possible, and later it's just a conduit of will from Shambhala. In a way, we could say the path begins with Leo, technically at the first initiation. Yes, technically, but in terms of orientation, determined by choice, it is here. In terms of orientations determined by correct choice, the path is here, or begins here. At least the path to the path. The path of the heart of love begins here. So as petal 5 leads to petal 8, the Saturn in Leo will show more shambolic will than the more personal individual meaning of petal 5. Personal individual meaning of petal 5. So we organize petal 9 after petal 8. Okay, so that Sanat Kumara, the will and identification, do all come in. I discussed this earlier. After we work in petal 8 at the second initiation with its reflex action upon petal 6, then we have to apply ourselves to the discipline of identification. And Sanat Kumara and the will become real factors in our consciousness. Repentance? Yeah. Is turning the other way. Turning in a new direction. Turning back. The monad in extension has to repent. And Saturn helps us do that by bringing home to us the consequences of our acts through karma. So Saturn will punish the wrong type of assertion, and we will be humbled. The assertion of the soul is a different matter. The assertion of the soul is what is desired, and not the assertion of the personality. Okay, so we have Saturn. All right, what about Uranus? Well, in Petal 4, we're on the way to what? To the uniqueness of Uranus, and the personality is unique. I'm unique. The unique personality, I'm special. I'm an original. Okay, that can be really said in the first part of Petal 5. In the first part of Petal 5. In the earlier petals, that can get you in big trouble, because if you are breaking the taboos, if you're breaking the standards of the group in which you are found, they punish you for your uniqueness. So there, Saturn is dominant and Uranus is not considered desirable. We have so many instances of this now, it's almost like the Middle Ages being revived, when you had to be good at all costs, which meant to conform exactly to the laws that were laid down, and they were often religious laws. Here, Uranus is the initiator, and the solar angel is an initiator. Very definitely takes part in the initiation ceremonies too, and bringing us towards our unique individuality through initiation. So we're finding our unique place, and when we do that, our purpose, nope, that's a probationary path. Purpose is also revealed. We're, the reversal of the wheel is aiming towards heaven, and Uranus is the heavenly one. Heaven is the place of established archetypes. A true heaven is the place of established archetypes. So, reversing the wheel, the higher pattern towards which we reorient, the flashes of light reveal a higher self, a higher identity. Flashes of real identity come in here. This is, an identity petal. This petal 5 is an, quote, identity petal. But identity is multi-layered. And you can only discover multi-layered. And you can't necessarily discover all levels of the identity simultaneously. Uranus is here for transmutation. The changing of the quality of vehicles and the consciousness, and let's see, transmuting the love of the soul from the love of outer forms to the love of reality. So Uranus involved in the transmutation of the love nature from lower to higher. We do need the higher love, and transmutation under Uranus will give it to us. Uranus is an elevating planet. It seems to increase the ethereality and the vibration of all that it touches. It is the great coming forth of archetypal ideas. Of course, they do have to be materialized, maybe by planets with a more material basis, such as Saturn and Vulcan. Anyway, you have a new identity here at this fifth petal, and so Uranus is about your real inner identity. There's a lower version of this. I gotta be me, but that's the beginning. This is the Declaration, Declaration of Independence, declaration of those who move from the mass consciousness into the state of individuality. So, and maybe we could say something else kind of amusing. The step beyond me is we. We could say, hey, I gotta be we. Hey, I gotta be we. This is more the I am that consciousness. So the new identity is that of the higher sun, and there's still a still higher sun where I am that and that am I, or I am that I am, the identification with the one, which is our great objective. So uniting the high and the low, the sense of the high and its connection to that which is low. And Uranus under the seventh ray is a great connector, a connector of the high and the low. Uranus using the seventh ray is a great connector of the high and the low. Okay, now what else? So Uranus, every one of these planets has its place at this pivotal petal, and not just any old place, they actually have an important place. Well, Neptune, at first can give us the glamour of personality. The Neptune in Leo, I think, maybe the most glamorous person in the public mind is Marilyn Monroe, Leo, with Neptune rising. So, who was this person really? That was the big question. With her Gemini sun, those who knew her, and I knew people who did know her, she was much different than otherwise she seemed in all that veil of magnetic glamour with Neptune and Leo, Neptune rising. But from a higher point of view, it's the mystic of the heart type, and involved, maybe unwisely, but that's how it is, with the renunciation of lower mind. Oftentimes the complete renunciation of lower mind, so that people say like this. They say, what's meditation? It's not what you think. So there's a play on words there, of course. But, well, maybe some type of meditation is a lot about what you think or don't think. It so much depends on the ray type. People are renouncing the lower mind maybe prematurely. DK tells us we have to have that well-stocked mind. But certainly we have here the heart of the sun, and at this petal, some influence of the heart of the sun is coming in, maybe for the first time. And you feel you want to pursue the higher sun, which essentially is a representative of the heart of the sun. So the solar flames are coming in here appropriately. The mystical inclinations towards the path, where you kind of want to give up everything else, everything that is concrete behind you as you follow the path. That's the mystical approach, but it's just the beginning of the path of aspiration. Anyway, Neptune will help dissolve that lower sense of self. Does Neptune really have anything to do with reality? Because some people just talk about it as a planet of illusion. But looked at in terms of the ageless wisdom, Neptune is the monadic second-ray planet, and it has everything to do with the reality of the heart of God. So it is, in a way, the planet of awe in the presence of perceived greatness. When you have awe and wonder and fascination with higher orders of life, Neptune is involved. So we are really reorienting, refacing, repenting, reversing, Uranus, and Neptune has its place in giving that object this numinosity towards which we strive. Well, it is a numinous object. The higher self is a subject which is a numinous object. Okay. Pluto. Ooh, well, the powerful personality with ray 1, lots of magnetism and getting one's way. Now we have a problem with Scorpio. The very first phase is called the monster of selfishness. I suppose this can occur earlier in the process, but when there's a strong mentality and a sense of egoism along with it, then we really have the monster. So Scorpio, the lion may be the king of beasts, but the dragon is not far behind, or maybe it's ahead. So Pluto gives failure and death in the fifth petal. Failure and death in petal 5. You have to die of something, and the king, the lower ego is dying of the wound from the arrow of Pluto, which reveals limitation of the lower ego, and then makes one feel futile, and as if all of this striving and grasping and accumulating has been for what? You know, it's like laboring mightily to produce a mouse. And here's the whole universe, and suddenly you look at this grand ego that's been filling up your space of consciousness, and it's a little nothing. So Pluto is restoring the perspective there, restoring the more cosmic perception by pricking the bubble of illusion, and now, or glamour, and now you no longer see yourself as you did before. The death of the lower ego, the sickness of the lower ego, as the higher self is sensed. A great, profound dissatisfaction, and we might almost say dissatisfaction bordering on nausea. And Pluto does rule nausea, throwing up, getting out of your system the poisons, that which has become toxic to you, that which is disrupting the system. So therefore it is a healer. So Pluto digs down to discover the reason for failure, and it's always going to be, in the last analysis, egoism. The king needs to be reborn, and Pluto comes in, kills the old king in favor of the new, and, you know, Pluto, in this sense, is death and rebirth. So, regeneration, that's another one of those re-planets, isn't it? With re-planets, you get a new chance. You can do it again in a better way. I'm not sure, my colleague Nicholas, what is the planet involved here according to Nicholas? Well, we talked about the importance of Jupiter and expanding the consciousness. We have definitely, the colors here, we have seized the orange ball of ambition, and we are leading the games. But maybe at a certain point here later in the petal, we say maybe at a certain point in this petal, the ball, the orange ball, gets away from us and we cannot find it. And this means we are preparing to walk, to enter the tunnel. Enter the cave, the tunnel, for that long, lonely walk towards the cross, athwart the blue oval. Athwart, yeah, okay, there we go. All right. Are the musical notes? Absolutely, here we really have them. You know, always starting on C, it's a good reference point. Do, 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 re, mi, fa, sol. This is the sol note, dominant note. And that's the fifth, 3/2. And you reach your majority at the third initiation, 3/2. 3/2 is the rate of vibration. In other words, the dominant is vibrating 3/2 faster than the tonic below it. So this dominant note is the solar note, it's the Jupiter note, it's the blue note, and definitely we are hearing this note. You know, two notes are heard at this petal, and we say one is Fa for the integrated personality, and the other is Soul for the emerging soul. Soul and soul. Obviously, it's a play on words, but they are really close. I soul-lated unity, sensing I see soul. I see the one being in all of this. The soul revelation gives that to you. Are there musical intervals in the musical chords involved in this stage? And dum, dum, do, mi, sol, do, mi. Mi is the bright personality, which is beginning to be responsive to the soul. And that is the major triad in the key of C. Do, mi, sol. And it begins, and it hints at a at the fulfillment to be found at the third degree, when the soul will be the strongest note. See, it's not only the notes that are there, it's how strong they are. You know, do, mi, sol, then the soul will be stronger. For most people right now, at this stage, it's do, mi, sol. Mi is stronger. So it's the intensity of the note that counts, as well as the note itself. So sol then is the weakest of notes, but at the third degree it will not be. It's coming in now. And, you know, before all we could hear is do, mi, the sad personality. Or maybe, you know, we start to move do, mi. We're quite happy with ourselves. But we do not yet have the real presence of soul. We are the integrated personality, and we feel just fine about that. Do, mi, I'm very happy with myself, okay? Then soul comes in, and for a while, when soul shines its rays upon the personality, we may get this do, mi, sol. Personality doesn't look so good. The personality gets sad, realizing its own limitations compared to soul. Well, the language of music. This is the old Pythagorean fraternity and its extensions. There's so much that music is going to reveal to us in the New Age about healing and about alignment and about really finding, excuse me, the work of the soul in our life, making sure that it expresses. I mean, we talk about, you know, getting into alignment, but the notes of music can facilitate that alignment and can facilitate the emergence of the energies that we need, just like the use of colors can. Okay, is there any crisis that's characteristic of this stage? Well, we've got a couple of them. Crisis of orientation, crisis of balance, crisis of the battlefield. Aries, Libra, Scorpio. The crisis of orientation is ruled by Aries. We just saw page 473, was it? 72 or 73. I need, of esoteric astrology, I need to orient myself, my personal self, to the soul. Crisis of balance under Libra, self-direction, is partially in effect. Can we say that the crisis of balance represents the entire middle tier? In a way. And certainly reversing the wheel, you know, do I fall backwards into Virgo or do I go forward into Scorpio? That is the question. In other words, am I willing to fight the good fight in all the battles to make the soul the conquering hero of the fifth petal, or do I fall back into materialism? Well, that's one way of looking at forward and back. But we're at the fifth petal, which is Leo, so we have to decide, do I go backward into Cancer, or do I go forward into Virgo and into self-correction? In other words, do I veil myself in Cancer, which compromises my true individuality, or do I go forward into the method of looking at the personality meticulously and correcting what must be corrected? So the crisis of balance was happening in Petal 4, the balance of the positive, but it continues here. So, you know, before we really decide to go for it, you know, before we really decide to, as it were, go for it spiritually, there may be some back and forth. And then the real battle under Scorpio begins. And Scorpio is powerful here, definitely. Okay. There's kind of a mini crisis of the battlefield here because Scorpio is so strong at this petal. The crisis of the battlefield, well, you know, it kind of goes on for the first, second, and third initiation, but especially at the second initiation, where one can then enter the stream and is at an important point of achievement. I'm remembering DK talking to a man who thought he was a fourth degree initiate, but DK assured him that he could take the second initiation in this life if he did well. And he said, and therefore, you see, we rate you highly. Second initiation, a high mark, a high rating, and one that is quite close to fulfilling the third and the fourth initiations, which can be done in one life. That's daunting, isn't it? You know, as, initiation human and solar 84 and 85, it can be done in one life or in the next. Wow. Okay. So we have kind of a mini crisis of the battlefield. What will our orientation be? The higher, higher sun, or the lower sun of egoism and egotism? Egoism is the sort of the philosophical reason behind egotism. Egotism is a special state of loving the ego and exalting it all above others, and egoism is the kind of perspective that allows one to even think that there is such a self which can be exalted. Is there a cosmic law associated with this petal? Well, the law of attraction and beginning of the law of synthesis in a reduced manner. And let's just say, well, from a certain point of view, the law of attraction. Okay, I'm going to bring that back and say the law of economy is fulfilled in the integrated personality. Yeah, it is fulfilled. There's the number 5 has come to fruition. The star shines forth. The third law, the law of economy, or is it the first law? You know, first to appear and third qualitatively. The law of attraction to the higher self, to the soul, and attraction to other forms, but in the spirit of love, not just considering them forms, but considering what lies behind them, the law of love. With so much, the law of love. Well, the solar plexus center is there, and also ray 6. It's the sixth systemic law. But of course, since it's a systemic law, it is greater than the specifically human laws. Let's just say that throughout these 3 love petals, the quality of love has to grow, and it has to be not so much love of form as love of that out of which the form emerged. Sometimes we have people, you know, involved here at first with real personality love, a lot of romantic love. I'm remembering that Assagioli was, he actually did write about the 7 rays under different names, and he talked about the second type as always needing to be falling in love or always needing to be in love. Maybe he himself knew something of it, you know. I was kind of shocked when I read it, because I hadn't thought in those terms, but I'm sure it is true. And, you know, Leo is among the most romantic, so that when you have a Leo and the second ray, it is falling in love. Can be. The romantic novels, you know, which always deal with the supposed reality of the one you love and your supposed reality as well. Law of synthesis, maybe in the lower sense. Personality integration is a kind of synthesis. All is one. I am one, little one, with a lowercase o. And later I am one, with the capitalized everything. So it's a lower reflection of the law of synthesis, and I am number 1. That is all about the dominant personality. Are there any systemic laws most associated? Well, the law of magnetic control, law of fixation. The law of magnetic control allows the solar angel to control its personality. So there's a little bit of that. It's coming in, controlling from the soul level, but just in the beginning. Law of fixation, it's connected with ray 5 and the sense of fixing upon the ego or fixing upon the higher self. Let's just say, what is, no, I can't get that. What is the identity? What is the identity upon which we fixate? And is that identity fixed and stable and recognizable? That's a question for us. Okay, and then I also, a systemic law is also the law of love, which is increasing and is trying to orient the aspiration towards the real. Let us remember also the law of love. Lol, laughing out loud, law of love. Also, law of disintegration. And, well, just law of disintegration. Think about that. The personality at a certain point in the process of this petal begins to fall apart as an object of attention. I mean, it's still there, but one does not value it in the same way. One is looking for higher objectives, turning one's sights to higher things. Is there any soul law that we can find here? Because by now, the solar angel soul is coming in. Well, the law of sacrifice and the law of service. So maybe the first real understanding that sacrifice of the lower ego is needed. The blind sacrifice of petal number 3 is not accompanied by much understanding. We're told that these sacrifices are carried on in an unconscious manner. The law of sacrifice then is beginning here, and it's the beginning of the giving up of selfishness, which is more successfully completed at the full unfoldment of petal 6 and work in petal 8. I sacrifice the lower sun, and maybe I should make that a small s, to give the idea, for the greater sun. This only intensifies from this point on. There is a higher self, a higher power, a higher objective, and I sacrifice for it. Yeah. Okay. The law of service. Well, in the later part of the petal. The third part of the petal, we might say, third part of the petal process when we are becoming the aspirant. So allowing others to emerge, helping others emerge, and we are getting the ideal of service. The aspirant has the ideal of service, wouldn't you say? The aspirant has the ideal of service. And in terms of being the practical disciple who's really carrying it out in a systematic, willfully controlled manner, that may come a little later. But at times, in the latter part of petal number 5, the ideal of service is really emerging and does condition the behavior, somewhat, maybe spasmodically. Sometimes those who do service, says the Tibetan, get more out of it than the ones they serve. This is the question of motive, isn't it? Service is popular, service is acknowledged, service makes people respect you, love you, and so you serve, but what is the motive? It can be a personality-inflating motive. So we have to study our motives here very carefully. The motive's not quite right. It's also a tax break, right? It's good for my career to be perceived as serving. But what is the genuine thing? I don't know. I watch Angela Jolie, as a very prominent actor. I think she's very good. She has a wide range, and but there is some idealism there that one can sense, some political sympathies, whether one agrees with them or not, and she seems really to want to help. I noticed that with Brigitte Bardot too. Both of these people are sex symbols in the beginning, and later something else happens. All of her work on behalf of the animal kingdom, Brigitte Bardot and Angela Jolie. I think there are people who are going to be working on behalf of women's rights, absolutely needed in this world at this time when Venus is so challenged by Mars. Ultimately, Venus, of course, will win. And finally, there will be a balance that is neither the matriarchate of the Atlantean period or the paternalistic approach of the Aryan period, but something more balanced for the sixth root race. What about the astrological triangle most associated with this petal? Well, these different signs, Leo, Libra, Scorpio, Leo. Well, is that a triangle? That seems to be kind of a quaternary. Well, yeah, well, but I see why I put it here. It's sort of an ascending triangle. You meet Leo again at a higher turn of the spiral, and then you start again Leo, Libra, Scorpio. So it's the self I think I am. Another self comes into view, and you weigh that new possible self against what you thought you were. You make a decision in the direction of the higher of these two, and you fight it out as a consequence, and then you are established on a higher turn of the spiral with a new identity, the higher Leo. It's the same here with Sun, Venus, Mars, Pluto, and Sun, Neptune. We are the third aspect Sun. We are an integrated personality. But Venus comes into view as a possibility, and it represents a higher self. Remember, the Sun is veiling a non-sacred secondary planet. Venus represents the higher self, but you want to go towards that, and that requires a deadly struggle against all of your other tendencies. That's Mars, Pluto. And finally, you're established, when you've overcome, you're established in the heart of the Sun, which is ruled by Sun, Neptune. It's the Sun again, but it's the Sun sub-Neptune. It's the Sun veiling Neptune. So you see how these kind of quaternaries, which are really triangles, can work. The senses and their extensions most connected with this petal. Well, taste, sight, touch, smell. I wonder if hearing the voice of the soul. It's a petal of synthesis in a way, because it's so central and it summarizes all of Brahma in a way, because it's a 5, So this petal summarizes all of Brahma. PTL. Okay. So the senses come together because for the first time we are, touching actually the fifth kingdom, the touch of the soul. Maybe, also we should not leave hearing out of the picture. Hearing, because we hear the voice of the soul, voice of soul, voice of the silence. Well, it is that too. Voice of the soul. I'm going to use that as an abbreviation. Let's see here. V-O, voice of the soul. I wonder, can I do that? Well, something's wrong here. I'm going to have to, do that again. Yes, that'll work. Voice of the soul. And we'll call it, well, I already have it. I have the voice of the soul. It is already there. All right. So good. Voice of the soul. And it should go. Voice of the soul. I don't know why it's not. Let me try that again. I hate to get hung up here. Sorry. Voice of the soul. I'll try it again, and I'll put it here. Voice of the soul. And add, and hopefully that will work. Yes, it does. Okay. It's a little awkward. I'll just leave that be for the moment. Okay, well, we're hearing the voice of the soul. The first thing we do is hear. And since the third ray is there, climaxing in the bringing together of the Brahmic aspects at the first initiation, the third ray is associated with hearing. So hearing is first, then touching the soul, and I wonder later, at least in the chamber of initiation, we see the soul. Okay, taste. Well, we begin to develop a taste for the higher of the pairs of opposites. This is discrimination in the battle between the higher and the lower. But we can say we develop a taste for the, I'll just say for the soul. Sight, what self do we see? Are we catching first sight of the higher self, perhaps? Catching first sight of the higher self? Are we seeing beyond our own surface self? I like that idea, the surface self. I sometimes call it the familiar self. The self that is so often seen in families, where sometimes it's difficult for the parent to actually see the soul. But we can see the soul imaginatively at least, and sight is related to identification. First touch of the higher self, hearing the voice of the soul, right, hearing a different voice. Conscience, the voice of conscience. It's a voice of conscience, not consciousness, but conscious? No, I'll just spell it out. The voice of conscience is coming in, and Ray 3 and hearing. In a way, all the senses and their extensions are being used to detect this something other, which is the higher self. And if we link smell with idealism, can we begin to get the scent of the soul? Some of the higher perfumes do come in, I think, around the time of the second initiation. This is a bit later then. So smell. A high ideal emerges, and we get the scent of the soul, and we try to polarize within. So this is the higher correspondence to smell. Rose and the fragrance of rose, the beginning, we might say, of the perfumed stage, which really is completed in the 8th petal. We become lotuses with perfume. So, imagination, emotional idealism, discrimination, spiritual discernment, all of these are factors related to the different senses, I suppose. Imagination to the sense of sight, emotional idealism, sense of smell, discrimination, sense of taste. Spiritual discernment, it's found on the 3rd level of the mental plane. And, well, there's probably a number of factors that are going in there. There's sight, for one thing. Because the solar angel is now downward gazing, more of the psychic powers are starting to make an impression. The consciousness of the solar angel, which includes the types of consciousness that the soul has, these are all beginning to make their impression. What about the guna? There's tamas, rajas, and sattva. Well, maybe more rajas, because we're, well, you know, tamas, rajas, tamas, sattva. Tamas is a kind of stability, but we really are striving forward here towards a new type of reality. The rajas would be involved. We're not settled on it yet, perhaps. Rajas, tamas, rajas go everywhere under the second ray. I'm recalling one of the problems, a disease-inducing problem of the second ray, that he runs everywhere and tries to fulfill everything and gives to everyone too much. So there's a kind of superfluity, a difficulty with abundance that has trouble being sustained in the right form. Let's just say these are, in a way, the rajasic petals all together. And all the 3 petals of the love tier, we are, in a sense, rajas. Tamas, we're trying to, well, how does it go? No, we're in rajas. That's where we are. Rajas. Sometimes the fixed signs are connected with tamas, but if we look at tamas as connecting with the 3rd tier, we have tamas, rajas, tamas, sattva. This is the 1st tier. And then rajas, tamas, rajas, and then rajas, sattva. That's what we're dealing with. And the one that's in red here is outlined. A double rajas, a very active petal in a way, because we're making a real transition here. And we're at the climax of the Brahmic aspect, which is the 3rd ray. It's, in a way, the hierarchy petal. And hierarchy, we are told, is very rajasic, whereas sattva is of Shambhala. It's the stability of the spiritual will. So sattva is helping our balance, the balance between the soul and personality. Some of that is entering, because we still need the personality, even if we are oriented towards the soul. Personality should be the tool of the soul more and more. So some balance between them is needed, but this is a real go-getter petal. Petal 5. So many real transitions. What a tremendous transition it is when you take the first initiation and enter the kingdom of God. You're still a human being, of course, and so is a master, but you have entered the kingdom of God. You know, a Chohan is not still a human being, he tells us. Are there any of the three advanced themes, which are isolated unity, inclusive reason, and presented attributes here? Well, maybe... Well, it's just on the way to isolated unity, which is ultimately a Leo state, but we have not yet isolated the highest of the Leo phases, which is the one self. The constellation or planet, which is here. Well, the sun, possibly as a expression of Isis. I'm recalling that from Sirius comes influence which passes through an unnamed planet, unknown, maybe Isis, and then through our three synthesizing planets, and on into our solar system. Chelaship, well, maybe this little Chelaship at the first initiation, when it occurs with the final unfoldment of the fifth petal. Are we reading the Book of Form? Well, maybe there's the Book of Form and the Book of Life. You know, we're not into the Book of Life yet. I wonder if we're into the Book of Soul, as it were. In the Achlary process, gosh, that's a horrific word. Iaclarifidi. No one would want to pronounce, excuse me, no one would want to pronounce that. Achlary is enough. We're definitely in the, actually I have spelled it out. Well, evolution, ambition, integration, selfish integration, alignment, crisis, light, revelation, revelation, unknown integration, is that it? Integration, fusion, initiation, unknown duality, and identification. Well, there we have whatever this monstrous word is here, Iaclarifidi. Anyway, we're definitely in this phase, first of ambition, and then ambitious integration, ambition and integration together, because we achieve through ambition integration, which is selfish. Then comes a degree of alignment, and we have plenty of crisis. And some degree of soul light is coming in. So a number of things are coming together here in this fifth petal, however many lives it takes. DK talks of many lives. Well, it can't be the kind of many lives that are involved in the development of petal number 1 or 2, but still many, you know, shorter and shorter number of lives associated with each petal until, as we rise, you know, the very last petal can be maybe developed and opened in 1 life, 2 lives, and whereas just thousands of lives can be involved in the development and opening of petal 1. Zodiacal light, well, that's interesting. The light of day is scorpionic. And the light of the soul, I think the light of the soul would be very important. The light of day is Scorpio, and the light of the soul, please, of the soul is Leonian. So the light of the soul is beginning here, the light of the higher self, we might say. Keynote from the angle of form, let Maya flourish and deception rule, where we're going to have a battle with the Maya and deception of the Ahamkaric self. So we will have a battle with the Maya and deception of the AHMK. I've got to get that because I'm quite dissatisfied that I don't have an abbreviation there. AHMK and Ahamkarik. Ahamkarik. So the Ahamkarik self is myopic, and it is not real. We are deceived by it. We're always deceived by our personal self, and then we have to outgrow it. You know, we begin to realize that what has been so very familiar is illusory, and that comes as a shock. I mean, everything that is to be revealed, the Tibetan tells us, is right here now. It's just a question of lifting the veil, and that's sometimes a very subtle process, I would say. Keynotes from the soul. I don't know why we are looking at this. Warrior am I, and from the battle I emerged triumphant. I'm not sure why this is being offered. I'm not sure I wrote that. But it's true to the extent that Scorpio is part of this. It's from the battle in which I prefer to be the lower ego and think only of the lower personal self. But I want to say that I am that is becoming important. I am that. Which self am I? So that is a big question at this point, and we're definitely under Libra choosing to go for the higher of the pairs of opposites. So under Libra, we are choosing to go for the higher of the pairs of opposites. Oh, here's our organs of action. Probably all of them are involved in, in the creativity, the hands certainly, and the tongue, the mouth, the voice, voice and tongue, definitely, because this is, creativity is found here, and also in the sexuality is very, very important for the expression of the integrated integrated personality. The feet, well, the hands, the mouth, the sexual organs, maybe not so much excretory organs, maybe not. The feet, well, they take you places, go here, go there, but maybe it doesn't strike me as important, those three anyway. 5 organs of receptivity, well, that's all about the senses again, right? So all the senses are involved. The alchemical journey, I don't know so much about it. I'd have to research that. I have colleagues who do, and maybe my colleague in New Zealand, Julia Tarnowski, maybe she can get into this, filling in the alchemical journey. Okay. But you can tell that we are moving away from base metal, certainly. And the sun is golden. So we are not there yet, but we are heading for the gold. That's a bit primitive, but certainly we can discuss, because alchemy really is a whole process of transformation, and so is movement through the petals. So, okay, we can make parallels. With the tarot deck, here's our nice tarot deck, and certainly strength is there. It's the Leo petal particularly. Here it is. You have to kill the lower lion. The hermit is coming next. But, we can kind of relate these to the petal. Sagittarius, well, Scorpio is death. And here it is. This is the Scorpionic card. And I would think that there's the death of the lower personality, or at least of attention to it. It may not be quite killed off until we are reaching the 3rd and 4th degree, but at least we are dying to excessive attention to the lower personality. I'm thinking about the world, the flesh, and the devil, you know. Probably there are tarot cards that would show that when we get into this. I'm not sure why this is limited. This is only showing certain trump cards of the tarot trumps and others of the normal cards. Kind of interesting how tarot works, you know, this factor of synchronicity and how every moment is revelatory. The tarot is revelatory. But we don't pick up the revelations of the moment, and maybe the tarot can help us with that. But anyway, the Lion card, Lion or Strength, and also Scorpio, which is Death. And, well, the Sagittarian card shows Temperance, but the idea that we're connecting with here is a reorientation. The well, the mental chakras, of course, are continuing because we need them for our creative work. Maybe I don't know so much about those, but I would say that the well, the knowledge petals and the love petals, and the love petals are both involved here. On the Eightfold Path, I think we should maybe start including these. Of course, it really, yeah, I think we could. I think we could start including the factors of the Eightfold Path, and I will now go find them just quickly. Here they are. I'm not sure we're really ready to begin. You know, the Four Noble Truths, I don't know how much these are realized, but perhaps some initial realization of the Four Noble Truths as we begin to move towards the increasingly defined higher self. You know that all life is inseparable from suffering, and the reason for suffering is attachment to the world of form, and the cessation of suffering is caused by detachment from the world of form, and finally the means of this detachment of the Noble Eightfold Path. I would say this will intensify as we move along, but when we become an aspirant here, right aspiration, right conduct, right effort, all of them, really, all of these can begin and intensify. All of the Noble Eightfold Path can begin and intensify as we move towards the third initiation and the fourth initiation. After all, you know, let's remember the Buddha was training arhats, which makes them minimally of the fourth degree, and that's what's so interesting, you know, because the Buddha himself, the true Buddha, overshadowing Prince Gautama, at least in my view, had been for 2,500 years at least a master of the wisdom and the head of the spiritual hierarchy. So that's we have to disentangle the work of Gautama from the work of the Buddha, just as we have to disentangle the work of Jesus from the work of the Christ, I believe. Okay, the 8 means of yoga. Well, maybe let's go in search of them just for a moment. I think we've reached that point where we have to do that. Okay, well, here I've been very fortunate to have the assistance of B.L. Allison, who has helped me organize this, and she has made copies in the Excel, which I'll look at later, but the Four Noble Truths are here. The Eightfold Path is here. Right view, right intention, right speech. They are sometimes given differently. Right livelihood, right mindfulness, right concentration. I wonder if I can, I see how to do this. Okay, right, I see how to do that. But, in terms of the Ten Commandments, well, they are pretty restrictive. And there's a lot of no's there to keep the elemental nature in check. But now we're looking for other things. The Beatitudes are here. The New Commandments are here. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Well, okay, this is coming. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. This is all the promise of the fifth kingdom of nature. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Alice Bailey says, the trained will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, and that is happening here in Petal 5, for they will be filled, and it's going to happen increasingly. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. The true compassion, I think, is coming later, following the second initiation when the astral body is transformed and Buddhi is coming in. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. This has a lot to do with the ninth petal. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. And I suppose when the higher fourth ray is coming in and we are offering ourselves in crucifixion to the world, the cross of the heart and the making of peace and the spirit of peace all come together. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And this will come in at the eighth petal, but especially at the fourth initiation. So we have let's see, what are these? The commandments, right? Commandments, the devotion to Ishvara, fiery aspiration, that we'll find here. Devotion to Ishvara is the inner God. Harmlessness, we have to learn it. And truth, learning it, especially maybe in the seventh petal, a great deal. So what do we have? Truth, harmlessness, fiery aspiration, devotion to Ishvara. There's one missing. Okay. And let's see if there are any others here about the various abstentions. Okay, no, they come differently. So just take me a moment. Here in green we have the five commandments, which may be a little more like the 10 commandments. It advises you how to refrain from harm, and then the rules. See, they are yama. We might say, okay, sorry for the, okay, how to refrain, okay, how to refrain from harming. And then those are the commandments, or yama. And then nijama are the rules, and we had left out of these rules somehow the internal and external purification. So I think there's only 5 above. Maybe I'm mistaken. But anyway, we can go on with it at the moment. These will have the fiery aspiration, internal and external purification coming more in Petal 6, fiery aspiration coming even now in Petal 5, spiritual reading coming particularly in Petal 7 along with spiritual discernment, devotion to Ishvara continuing as we go along. So all of these 5, I think these are a handy way to look at them. So, and increasingly there will be the meditative abilities, and I think we should, the 8 rules of yoga, let's look at them, or the 8 means of yoga. And maybe we can find them very quickly. And here they are. The 8 means of yoga. And we'll put them right here. The commandments, or yama, the rules, or nijama, posture, asana. See, all as we begin to do of our meditative work in the 6th petal. Right control of the life force, or pranayama. This is coming in the last 4 petals. abstraction or pratyahara, not immediately. Attention or dharana, that can come in petal number 5 because Leo rules the stage of concentration. Meditation or dhyana in petal 6 under Virgo, and contemplation beginning with petal 7 and Libra. So I think we have what we need to consider these in the other petals, just coming back to petal 5 here. The 3 advanced themes were not ready yet for isolated unity, inclusive reason or presented attributes, a little bit of the motion towards isolated unity. The 15 councils, yes, we can begin. Because, you know, learn the meaning of thought, learn the meaning of the illusion, and in its midst separate the true from the false, you know, view the world of thought, all of that kind of thing. This can begin. Okay, here we go. The 15 councils, we can begin them. Now, they are found particularly in Treatise on White Magic. I think they are found on page, I think it's 483. Let's see, or 473. Let's see where we are here. Maybe more 473. Okay. Here it is. 473, not 483. So some of these we can begin. Viewing the world of thought, we can separate the false out of the true. We can do that. The meaning of illusion and the golden thread of truth, possibly. We can certainly control the body of emotion. We can do that. We can learn the dual use of the mind, absolutely. We can concentrate the thinking principle in petal 5. We can learn the thinker and his thought, and that which is the means of thought are united. We can begin to act as the thinker. As an aspirant, we can begin to do all these things, using the energy of thought for the good of all. And we can, you know, clean house in petal 6 very much, watching the gates of thought, cleaning out the atmosphere of thought, and we can apply all these rules for ourselves. So, these councils. So this is on page TWM 483. All can come into some degree of use from this point onward as we are an aspirant. The 15 rules of magic, well, I think we can refrain from those more as we approach the 3rd degree, and I won't get into these other factors. A little bit of the Sephiroth I did. Archangels, GELS. Mercury, Hod is involved. Venus, Netzach. Tifereth is involved here. Maybe not so much Chesed, which is mercy, and perhaps Gebura, which is strength. Under Mars, we can do that. And we'll leave the higher Trinity to later petals. And that's really all that has to be said here, I think. Well, okay. Now we come at last to that kind of synthesis of comments contributed by many people over the period of the classes, and, you know, things I've thrown down there as well, and we have a chance now to go through them. So then, let us go through some of these comments in category 80, and to see how they all kind of fit together, you know. There's lots of battling. Someone suggested the lives of turmoil and the creativity, possibly Van Gogh, people like that, but maybe more, because he was, after all, someone who was already a lay preacher. He was. It was a combination with him of the 6th ray and the 4th ray. So maybe, you know, he had gone beyond even this point. Moments of great expressive satisfaction, I think, under Leo. revelation of beauty and of inner quality and of personal quality. It's a petal in which to reveal your talents, and certainly in the first part. Now, we can say a law of repulse enters, and one ceases to create for the sake of being admired, and creates for the sake of beauty itself. So anyway, there is a downloading of talent. The fifth house is connected with that. It can take many lives, you know. One of our Danish colleagues, a long period is involved here. The personality has to be formed, but also dynamically expressive. One is becoming a real identity before those 3, 7, or 11 lives. The solar angel, is downward gazing. It's like a spiritual conception. The quality of the solar angel is entering the consciousness. And one in the aspirational phase can become an idealistic humanitarian in the aspirational stage. Can we hasten things here? The question came up, if we choose correctly, and I would say yes. The more we de-emphasize the personality per se and emphasize the source from which it comes, the hastening will occur. Enjoyment is a word that comes in here, and I recall this statement that Goethe says the only true joys are the joys of personality. He was a great initiate, actually, you know, probably third degree. I think he meant the joys of identity. Personality was a bigger word then, not in our technical use of the word. So once we are satiated in this petal, we can really begin to make progress, as I say, after the fall. That's that play by Arthur Miller, and I think, you know, involves the story of his relationship with Marilyn Monroe. It's kind of a peak of the third aspect here. Yeah, I'm wondering about the Pluto in Leo generation. I have no idea what playing golf in Spain means, but okay. Let's just say if we want to just give into the life of personality pleasure and, you know, being kind of a unique person, Pluto will come in and undermine the whole thing and will come crashing down. I'm reminded of the people who say, well, wouldn't it be nice to have breakfast in Paris? So they jump on their private jet and they go have breakfast in Paris. You know, if you think about the whole and the expenditure of money, fuel, just so much energy expended simply to indulge a personal whim. So Saturn in Aquarius has not really entered yet for us, and we will be much disciplined in thinking about the welfare of the group. If we overdo our ambition, we get the consequences. There's no question. Because it's very separative to overdo the ambition, and the person who separates himself, of course, will have the backlash. It's a very rich petal, you know, many things coming together here, not necessarily against each other, but certainly coming together. The intellectuals coming together, Ray 5, the artistic, Ray 4, Leo, the expressive, the heart and mind of the person, very rich. Archetypes come from a higher level altogether, and what we need in our creativity is some kind of connection with the archetypal realm. Otherwise, it's strictly personal creativity based on our contact with our own experiences. It's fine, but we're meant to be representatives, artistic representatives of a higher purpose. Someone was saying that the teacher in the high school, colleagues in the high school felt like Petal 5. They were individual, rich in mind, and also bringing in idealism And here's the question, to what degree do such, excuse me, well, no, do such good and accomplished people discipline themselves and correct themselves according to higher spiritual standards? That's kindly, people can look magnificent, be wonderful and all that, and they're living according to their personality tradition, as it is called. And then when it becomes necessary to correct the personality tradition, that's when there can be quite a bit of resistance. Well, what are people saying here? Nice house, feel well, well-being, it's a nice place. I don't know what this means. The whole way around Petal 5, they have many aspects, archetypes for Petal 5. Ambitious, harmonious, heart, satisfaction, social skills, interested in well-being of the personality. Now that's very interesting, because if he cares not for the suffering and pain of the lower self, if it is immaterial to him whether happiness comes his way or not, if the sole purpose of his life is to serve and save the world, and if his brother's need is for him of greater moment than his own, then the fire of love is irradiating his being, and the world can warm itself at his feet. Now that is the initiatory standard. That's not exactly the Petal 5 standard, is it? So that's the very first rule for applicants. The initiatory standard is higher than Petal 5. And really, even initiates of the first degree, cannot live up to those 4 statements I just quoted from Rule 1 for applicants. It's more like the 3rd degree, then you can really do that. But people say, okay, well, these are applicants for initiation. It's really, in many ways, to fulfill that, even that first rule, you need a strong anchoring in the initiatory process. So, we rely upon satiety to get the full benefit out of this petal. When you have, when you've just had too much of a good thing, that's the Jupiter part of it, too much of a good thing, you become sick and long for leaner days, which Virgo will provide. It's kind of a sheep and goats question here. The good sheep of the human family, we're told, well, these are, maybe we should have more categories: sheep, lions, and goats. So kind of like, Cancer, in the sheepfold, the lions of individuality, the goats of initiation. But there is a dividing line here. And people can become lions of all kinds, the deadly lion preying upon others, or the lion who is the real leader and giving opportunity for others. This orange work was being done in Denmark, talking about a soccer player, environmentalists, beginning the feeling of goodwill. Where does goodwill really begin? Well, we already have in Petal 2, the fully unfolded Petal 2, and some Petal 3, the nice, good people, So the goodness is there, and especially if the monads are along the second ray line, it's going to filter all the way down. Goodwill can begin quite early. Maybe it's not so much the emphasis in Petal 3, but by the time we get to Petal 4, and we're in the love petals, I would say an emphasis on goodwill can begin. Okay. An emphasis on goodwill can begin in Petal 4, a conscious emphasis. Okay. the nice, good people, but maybe a little bit ineffectual. They can be quite easily regimented. They're still somewhat part of the mass consciousness. We go through phases where we are more or less receptive to the 246 line and to the goodwill that it implies. We have here also Petal 5, the innovative and creative mind. Uranus, so connected with Leo, is the planet of innovation. We've talked about the place of Uranus in this petal. It certainly is beginning to make the real individual. So hierarchy really wants to stimulate the evolution of the fifth petal. Well, to stimulate evolution, let us say, and also of the fifth petal. And fifth petal people can help. DK talked about the era when personality would be a problem. There is coming an era when there will be many personalities of a rather integrated type, and it will be another problem to handle. I think people in the early part of this petal do have difficulty with their human relations, possibly, until they are humbled, Until they are humbled, there is difficulty with the human relations under separative Leo. Okay. Well, that's, and then we, I guess, went over to California. One of our members said, in sixth grade, he asked himself a question: who is the ideal person? And he came up with me. I am the ideal person. I don't want to be anyone else. And he made a good promise to himself that he would not be. And that's, I think, a fifth petal experience, real identity emerging as the ideal. One's real identity emerging as the ideal. So we're beginning to sense the fifth kingdom, even if we don't name it. We're turning ambition into aspiration, with quite a bit of being a really, the really good person, we're told, who is looking out for the welfare of others as well as preserving one's own prerogatives. But we're getting the ideal of service, certainly towards the experiences which correlate with the end of this petal's development. We're starting the transmutation under Uranus and the seventh ray, especially of the love aspect. We are, what can we say? We are etherealizing the love aspect. Ethereal, maybe that would do it. Etherealizing the love aspect. So in petal 2, way back there, millions of years before, there was some movement from love of self to love of others in a material way and in terms of their form. Let's say here, in terms of their form. But here there is a greater love of others, eventually becoming the love of the real, and others are looked at, others are seen in their reality, and not as we imagine them to be, and their form comes second. It's a secondary factor. We are looking for the real person here in this love petal, and maybe we can find other people as souls. As we move closer to the first initiation, we should be able to do that. Now, so many people who are on the path of aspiration and trying to discipline themselves, they haven't really taken the first initiation yet. Everybody seems to think that everybody has. But there's a really drastic period before the first degree. And, well, let's just say that there are many who seem to be applying to that degree, and a few applying to the second degree, I suppose. Among DK students, some were close to the second degree, but others had it as a more distant vision. As for the third degree, AAB and FCD, Roberto Saggioli, were of the third degree. Another person was preparing for it, and I don't know who else, if any. So, as we've been saying, the struggle is going on, and it's as you try to transmute and turn the love of the subjective self to the love of the real, the two sons are struggling. And I wonder, someone was saying, well, is this the AA time? Well, it could be for some. There's some very, very creative people in AA, but they're still the victim of addiction. For me, Churchill is always a mystery, how he can drink a fifth of bourbon before lunch on a number of days and still save Western civilization from the Nazi onslaught. You know, initially, if he had given up, it might have all been over. Is this the time when we're born again in terms of being the Christian? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think it's later. The born again phenomenon is earlier than the distinction and individuality of this petal. We were already integrating in Petal 4, but now this is more so, and it becomes a powerful integration. That's the key. A powerful and creative integration, not just an integration. So we are dealing with a powerful and creative integration, and not just an integration, as important as that is. But we can expect the growing integration and the realization of one's psychological self. See, there is a lot of psychological work to do before one becomes a really powerful, creative, integrated individual. Other problems arise then, but, you know, within the house, under the same roof, like I say, you know, so many of us at a certain stage might be like Dr. Phil's house, where all these unlikely people are put together and see what happens. So in Petal 5, the 5 is the ability to move onto the higher mental plane through meditation and receive impulses from that part. An aspirant can do that. Beginning of the sense of something higher which is guiding. The solar angel is paying attention, and let's say one feels that attention to a degree. There are lions on the logoic plane, and that's a very high hierarchy, the divine flames, a distant objective, of which we have the early reflection. The kings used to walk with lions. It was such a symbol of the integrity of the true self. But am I the king of beasts? Because that is the personality. Interesting that the lion did not eat that which was within its kingdom. That is perhaps coming from this author, Elizabeth H., about initiation. Someone was bringing it up. Human beings would be more noble. The human being would be more noble if it could be more lion-like. Now, Master Morya usually has good things to say about lions when compared with tigers, but even the lion can make mistakes, the first ray type, and he upbraided the first ray, the second ray, and the third ray type. He says, "You lions, you have killed the messenger. Now bring relief. You doves, you have forced everyone to feed you. So you have to correct your ways. You rats," the third ray type, right? You have chewed upon many a book and not gained anything." Morya is really amazing. He says, if you want to get people's attention, just liken them to animals. You'll get their attention quickly, and the lesson will be learned. So, you know, the 1, 2, 3, you are an aggressive lion, a dependent dove, or, well, what can you say about the rat chewing the books? Lots of futility there and non-application, I guess. So after there is a touching of the higher mental plane, and I don't necessarily mean the highest level of it. I mean the realm of the soul. Something higher begins to burn in one. A sense of despair comes on because there is something more pleasant on the normal levels, but something so attractive and meaningful from the world of the soul. And there is the torture under the fourth ray, pulled apart in different directions. There is my daughter would like this, she loves that word, wretched, so there is the wretchedness of the fourth petal. Oh, fifth petal. Scorpio in darkness and struggle, aiding in the transmutation from one sun to the next. It's not necessarily a pleasant process. And remember, of Scorpio, Uranus, the transmutative planet, is the planet in exaltation. Okay. So Scorpio, found here in a way, double emphasis in this petal, stages the release of Leo from the lower sun and released into the higher sun. It's a very important petal. It's sort of a midway or halfway stage on the bridge. From this time on, the evolution is decisively spiritual. Time on, the evolution is decisively. I mean, there are a few aberrations where people, out of ingratitude and myopic vision, they turn off and they, maybe it's some sort of nostalgia for former power under the third aspect, but they turn off. But anyway, it puts a lot of strain on a person. Is the same kind of mental objectivity possible here that was possible in Petal 3? Well, I think you never lose anything. But there are other contending forces which may make it more difficult to apply. What we need is objectivity about the personal self. And it's sometimes hard to stand back. Maybe you can stand back from your body and observe it, stand back from your emotions, maybe even from your mind you can stand back. But the whole personal self, what is your position? So what is your position in consciousness? I have that. When you stand back from the personal PRSLF. I'll do that abbreviation if you don't mind. PRSLF, personal self. One day it'd be nice to just think a thing and have it appear in print. And the day is coming, I'm sure. So the question is, for the powerful personality, is one more in it than detached from it? That is the question. How detached can we be? I remember talking to quite a first-rate man. He was a psychologist, and I think he had a lot of Scorpio, and he just says, "But just detach. Just stand back. Detach, just like that." Well, maybe he was exaggerating. He seemed to be someone who knew what he was doing. I'm thinking back now. This was 40 years ago. Oh, my. Something like that, maybe 35 years ago. And I just marveled at how he described it. Just detach, that's all. As if it was the easiest thing in the world. Maybe for the first-rate type it is. So if Leo is the most human of all the signs, is this the first really human petal? The first contact of the 4 with the 5? Well, when are we really human beings? And frankly, Mars is the animal, and until we reach the 3rd degree, we're still pretty much, in one way, animal man. We have to overcome Mars through Vulcan, I believe, at the 3rd degree. The spiritual will has to overcome that solar plexus desire and the planet which animates the animal body. So when do we really become human? You know, we say, oh, you're a human being, but when the spark of mind enters, but you're more animal man, and man is more animal than human for so long, and maybe we don't really become true human beings until the third degree, a real human being. Well, anyway, the solar angel looking in seriously for the first time, you know, very important, taking it over and away from the general uplifting influence of the second logos. So, of course, there's a going on here, a reorientation, reversal of the wheel. First reversal, second reversal maybe is occurring in terms of the temptation in the desert. During the temptations in the desert, one so reverses the wheel that there is no backward drag from the elemental nature, or at least it's so much reduced, or at least there's no danger that despite what's going on, a man will be deflected. It's not so much what's going on inside your personality. The question is, will you be deflected? So this is the first really determined orientation to the inner God. We may have had orientations towards God, the transcendent, earlier, with less understanding. You know, in other words, real ignorance of ourselves. The Hall of Ignorance is all about ignorance of our own human spiritual nature. Many people believe in God and they theologize about it and so forth, and they may not know that the essence of God is actually what we are. God is in us and we are in God, and it basically is the same thing. See, over duality and dichotomy, many people have lost their lives. When you take an unwarranted in the eyes of your present society, unwarranted step towards monism, you're in danger. Well, anyway, this is really the beginning of soul cultivation from the perspective of the soul, and not just a sometime response of a desperate personality. The soul is waking up now. In Gemini, you know, we have this dialogue, a two-way street going on, energy coming in and going up at this petal. There's exchange of energies between the two suns. Exchange of energies between the two suns. Sagittarius, the soul is in sight, at least imaginatively. A higher objective appears, and you're contacting your own genius, which is your daimon. Daimon. Socrates did that, or higher self. Socrates had his, as they were called, rapts. He was, or maybe it was more rapts. He was enraptured. He was caught in contemplation, and he didn't move off the spot. He was in communion with his inner God, his daimon. He was a Leo rising, as far as we can tell. Great illumination, a lot of third ray, apparently, and Leo for integrity and the light and authority and being the teacher of so many. It is somehow a combination of the second, third, and first ray. Not sure how they all worked out, but he was fierce in battle, you know. So, well, the battle here is to take on the responsibility to really go towards the soul and fighting our lower self and also fighting for the higher light. Ourselves and also for the higher light. When is the Leo battle occurring? Hercules wears a lion's skin when he first begins. He has done some work in Leo, but now he really has to tame the lower ego and become the higher self. So now Hercules must become the higher self, and not just master the elemental nature and become a powerful personality. That is not the type of integration he's looking for. That's not the type of integration that we as disciples are looking for. So here we have the beginning of soul life, and by the time this petal unfolds, unfoldment, UNFS. That's going to be another abbreviation. Always love to find abbreviations because they save time later. Okay, unfolds. So by the time this petal unfolds, soul life has begun. The monad is detectable within the soul, even if not in the brain. And the man has had the birth of the Christ in the heart. The birth of the Christ in the heart. Birth of the Christ. Yep. So there's a big integration going on here, and it's bigger than just a personality integration. It is the start of a soul energy system integration with the personality energy system integration. There's an integrated personality, pretty much, and now the soul brings in its energy system and integrates progressively with the soul, which it finally does completely by the 4th degree. Okay, we're on our way, and what did I say? The ship is hitting the fan. Well, I think I'll just leave it that way. Let's see, something is hitting the fan, and we really have to finally deal with everything, a lot of stuff in the lower nature. Vulcan, let's just say, Vulcan and Pluto force us to deal with the stuff in the lower nature. And it can get, kind of spread all over. That's the whole idea. It's an expressive petal, but on the other hand, it can be contained as well, and the more it is properly contained, the more the person will rise. The heart of the rose, radiating out to all the tiers, 360 degrees, lifting, salvaging, helping some of the lower petals. It's the promise of this great radiatory redemption, because we become radiant lotuses, The promise of radiatory redemption, lotuses of the first, radiatory lotuses, radiant lotuses of the 1st degree, 2nd degree, third degree. Radiant lotuses keep on getting more and more radiant. So this is incipient radiance. There may be personality magnificence, but we're looking for an inner kind of radiation. And it's so important for both Capricorn and Leo to achieve humility. This is the beginning of humility. A sense of proportion is coming in. A sense of proportion enters. And we see that the lower self was not all that big or wonderful. So this is a taking down a peg. This is a humbling. Seeing the lower self in proportion is a humbling. We won't call it a humiliation because that seems so deliberate, although the person may feel humiliated. Oftentimes it's the reaction of a person to another person who's trying to compromise the first person. But this is the foundation for later compassion, because we suffer so much in this. Turmoil, endeavor, failure, turning to the love of the real. Lead me from darkness to light, it's starting. Lead me from the unreal self to the real self, it's starting to. There's maybe some recapitulation work from the earlier petals as the greater includes the lesser. Humility and compassion, the basis of them are entering here. And also in the petal 8, pathos, suffering, and even deeper compassion because of the bitter woe through which humanity on the fixed cross must pass, and humanity as a whole, because of the bitter woe through which humanity must pass. So there's a reestablishment of the shift. How is this said? From being a particle, creating a ring-past knot of identity from which one can influence one's environment. Well, are we the particle, or are we the whole, or are we all the particles? In other words, under Neptune, some identification with others, real identification, can begin. So under Neptune, real identification can begin. The ring-past knot of selfhood is expanding, under Jupiter and Neptune. Of course, we want it to go higher, but, well, lower too. I mean, we can expand and relate to the other kingdoms. The beginning of identification, it's the unity that has to be isolated, we could say. The unity must be isolated, and this can begin here and be temporarily climaxed at the 3rd degree and a higher climax at the 5th degree. So these people, they follow their own directives, they march to their own drummer, but eventually they hear that drummer in the sky, the archetypal drummer, and they have to begin reestablishing a rhythm which is more in line with the archetypal drummer. What about occult schools? They have made their way somewhat in the world. There's a lot more to do. One must make one's own way. The initiate is self-taught. We forget that, and we allow Bucyrus to stand in our way. We allow the priest, the mediator, to say, okay, you can reach God through me, but then what happens to your higher self, So we accumulate plenty by the time we reach this petal, but we must have something to sacrifice, otherwise it's just a hollow word. We have accumulated, we have used, and we see a higher objective, and we relinquish the lesser for the greater. These are people, we're told, in the front rank. They have reputation. They are someone to look to. The light shines, and it's not under a bushel. They have achieved distinction, but then comes the sacrifice. And someone said, interestingly, even a good teacher finds it difficult to recognize the students who are surpassing him. Some, out of humility, do. They say, well, I have taught you all I can, and now you must move on to someone who can teach you more. I always admire that when I see that in a teacher, because it shows a really good sense of proportion. Possession, ownership would say, you're my student forever, even if I'm just going to be a drag upon you and can take you no further. There's always a higher teacher. And our teacher has been, in one sense, the mind and the lower personal self, helping to gather everything into integration. But the higher of the pairs of opposites is a still greater teacher, and we have to give up the teaching, or the teacher function, to that higher point. Well, every time we change colors, we change class. There were, at one point, 7 classes going at the same time. There is some repetition, but also different insights. I try to gather together the things different people have said, because they often give important, different angles. Anyway, yeah, all right. Striving to turn our attention to the love of the real. Okay. A master of the personality, mastering personality expression. I wonder if some of the great actors are not found here also, with the 5th petal really glorious, and with work in the 6th petal to refine their craft under Virgo. The Leo-Virgo is an excellent combination. And then when it comes to transcending the human world altogether, we seem sometimes to rise into the petals 7, 8, and 9, which is not to say that you cannot have a brilliant actor that is in those realms, but more study on that is needed. So we have the lower master and the higher master. The lower master is the personality. The master is the guiding light. By what light shall we be guided? People who are not yet personalities, they look to those who are, of course. And those who are personalities look to those who are, in a way, no longer personalities. How do we exit out of this difficult celebrity petal? It's hard to stop being a celebrity. Someone was suggesting that Bob Dylan had been doing this and was getting more into the sixth petal. You know, the social critic, I think, comes in strongly in the sixth petal. They see all the things that are wrong with society and, of course, based on what's wrong with themselves. Some people are famous, you know, the fame, the celebrity petal, but something higher is driving them. So it's the artists who are real aspirants. We couldn't say, I mean, you know, there is Johann Sebastian Bach working in the same church just year after year, for every Sunday having to crank out the new music, have it copied, have it rehearsed. One can only imagine the pressure. But, of course, as my old singing teacher used to say, his name was Bach. It means brook. It means stream. And there was a whole just stream of inspiration that flowed through him. If one looks at his horoscope, it is astonishing. The moon, Venus, Mercury, and Neptune are all at the top of the chart and in Pisces. Cancer rising. Talk about the flow of inspiration, a ceaseless flow from the Buddhic plane. Really an initiate artist, you know. Maybe we can tell by those, by the degree to which the art is personal, but maybe not entirely. Maybe when it's personal and transpersonal at the same time. It's one man and yet all men. I'm thinking of Shakespeare, whatever Shakespeare was. Was he really Shakespeare? Was he Bacon? Was he an artist, a playwright by the name of De Vere? There seems to be some search for the real Shakespeare. I think Derek Jacobi is bringing that on. When you write about humanity in such a vast and encompassing sense, it's about many personal things, but the view is the view of the soul. It's the view of all humanity. It's the view of what humanity is. These are initiate writers, you know. They see the wholeness of it. So there are artists who are aspirants, artists on the spiritual path, and artists who are initiates. And, of course, you know, with Leo and the dramatization of the fifth petal, these can, different types of expression can emerge. And we probably know what is a low level of art dealing with the strictly human, and what is a higher level talking about eternal things, things that are true for all human beings. Maybe in some of the Greek tragedies, this was touched, that which is true for all human beings. Well, anyway, the fifth peddlers, however we want to spell that, dramatize the crises of personality, common themes out there for all to see, and we can identify with that, and we all live through these things. They can also set an example. This is a petal in which, you know, Leo can really set an example. And that's one of the ways it serves. Heights of notable service are reached in Aquarius and in Leo, and by setting an example, Leo serves. The causes, if we, you know, are if we are enamored of a cause and wish to promote a cause, sometimes the idealistic sixth petal is coming in there. There's so much of the sixth ray there in the sixth petal and strong Neptune. But I am saying still in the fifth petal this can be done. In the fifth petal, there is a huge power of concentration, and Leo in the meditative process equals concentration. I'm trying to find all these different names, lotuses of concentration, lotuses of centralization, many different names for the radiant lotuses who begin to appear here. So, they, based on their strong mental ability, perhaps depending on the ray, but it is number 5, they can go further and get the touch of higher mind, and then even later abstract mind. If there is not fifth petal development, then matter will not be able to carry the still higher vibration. Well, after lunch with petal 5. I think we have something peculiar going on here. Maybe we continue with petal 5 after lunch. It looks like maybe people were just a little tired. People were saying that they recognize this, the more personal and the lighter side and the darker side. Many crows, the birds of karma, quoth the raven, nevermore. I think everybody just lost their mind after lunch. But anyway, in Leo Corvus, the crow, the messenger of the gods, the messenger of a higher self, which must often interfere in the life of the personality. Well, in this petal, we become more than the personality. That's one of the major things, and we begin to be what, We begin to be something more real. So we sense the two. In petal 4, we tried to balance them, but we didn't run towards 5. And here, or towards the higher self. Here we recognize the two, and we orient, we run, we go towards it. And we begin to criticize the lower and become much more like the higher in petal 6. So we recognize the two in petal 4, we reorient in petal 5 and aspire to become it and reach it, and we eliminate the obstacles in petal 6. We act very intelligently under Virgo. We have a lot of dramatic and traumatic things going on here as we strive to be what we really are. And maybe, the midlife crisis is the prerogative of people that are working here. In other words, I've worked as a personality, but there's something more and higher. This can be the classic shift between the personality ray and the soul ray. The magnificence of the personality ray can demonstrate, but the higher of the pairs of opposites demonstrates a different ray, and so there is chaos as these two rays are contending, and as we strive to move closer to the higher of the rays. This is familiar in the ray language, of course. What can we say? Some people go along in petal 3 and even petal 4 and have no revolution, because revolution is based on duality. But then, something says, something in me cannot stand what I'm doing. Some higher part of myself is looking on at what I am doing. I'm acting simply as a limited being, and there is something beyond this limitation within myself. And when that greater incentive is seen, then a crisis can arise. There are crises from doing the right and crises from doing wrong. I'd rather have the crisis from doing right. In other words, strive for the higher, you will most certainly have a crisis. Perfection calls imperfection to the surface. When we see something more perfect and we begin to achieve it, then the imperfection arises. They both will have the outer effects. Doing the wrong will have undesirable effects, and doing the right will have effects, not necessarily undesirable, but difficult. So we have crises of personality found here, and crises of the soul expressed in the personality. There's a lot of turbulence before that first initiation can be taken. Vulcan and Pluto do their thing and stir everything up. Well, Master DK was one who said, well, if you're not having a crisis, why are you not having a crisis? Why not have a crisis? Make your own crisis, because it means you're pushing forward, and the resistance of all that is inert and wants to hold you in a particular location of limitation will be aroused, and that will cause the crisis. You will be attached to that from which you have not entirely freed yourself, and tremendously attracted to that to which you will attach yourself. Attachment to the higher and relinquishment of the lower is possible. So, well, when you look around, you know, how many people do you know that are going through this Petal 5 process, the most human of all the signs, Leo and Scorpio? Think of it, the two signs most related to humanity, Scorpio and Leo. Scorpio ruling the 5th creative hierarchy, the hierarchy of human monads, and Leo the most human of all the signs. And here they are brought together in the same petal, where we're told there's going to be a battle because Scorpio is going to stage the release of Leo, and Pluto is going to cut the thread which keeps the consciousness bound to the lower personal self. We really have to change the sense of who we are. If we think we are the personality, we are gravely, gravely mistaken. And every day we should remind ourselves that we are not that and we are something else. That's what Roberto Saggioli said. Okay, this is the disidentification exercise. It's a daily prophylaxis. It's a protection against glamour and illusion, to remind ourselves that the familiar self, the neighboring self, the self we think we are is not the self we are at all. And then, you know, the divine discontent arises because the spirit, the monad and extension, is immersed in all this and knows its own true high estate and cannot stand being limited by self-objectifications, you know, the lower ego, that which we think that our real self may be, and it's not. So the rebellion is against being limited by lesser versions of the self. In fact, the self is immense, but it tends to identify itself with lesser things in the progression of evolution. And every time we have to disidentify, we're in for a struggle, because the familiar ties we have developed with what we thought we were call to us, and they have developed a degree of, or associated with a degree of comfort, you know, with a degree of the kind of old shoe effect. Would you rather get into, you know, a rigid new shoe and have to break it in, work it out, or that nice comfortable slipper that you're used to? So there are many forms of comfort which have to be broken, and the inner types of comfort are the hardest to break after all. So, you know, you look around, aspirants and disciples today, they fight to express themselves, they fight to be a higher self, they fight to balance these two selves, they fight to relinquish the lower self, they strive for high things and still are limited by ahamkara. It's all operating in this stage of 5th petal development and unfoldment. And that just takes you to the 1st degree. And what battles lie on ahead after that? Significant battles. Major battles which are even more dire than the ones you have to go through when you're simply learning to integrate on a higher turn of the spiral. Not just the personality, but soul and personality, the beginning of that process. But we have to entirely recondition the personality and be able to be in the consciousness which pertains to the soul. The petals on ahead take a shorter time to work through. And maybe in one life, all the sacrifice petals will unfold, not all of the same to the same degree, because some are already, I think, reasonably unfolded. But in one life they'll all unfold together into completeness. So the climaxing can come very fast if the preparation has been adequate. We people who study these things, we're at that point where we're interested in treading the path of initiation, and we've gone through the personal phase, although the vestiges of personality still haunt us and still impede. We still have much correcting work to do, the corrector of the form, the probationary path, and even a number of lives to spend on the path of initiation. Who knows how many lives? You know, the archetypal symbology there is 30, 33 lives, something like that. But of course it could be done in a much shorter time. So I've made it here to the fifth petal before the group is coming home from Tibet. So this is the end of Egoic Lotus Webinar Commentary Program 41, and it's the synthesis for Petal 5, Part 2, and it will be, I think, 4 hours. I'll stick pretty close to that if I can. Yeah. 4 hours. And we'll have the beginning of Egoic Lotus Webinar Commentary Program 42 and synthesis for Petal 6. How many hours, I don't know, but, you know, they've been running about 5 or 6 hours. It's interesting, in that section that talked about the star breaking out on the Buddhic plane and signaling initiation, this star signals the first initiation, and then 4 petals remain to be opened. It's really the progress now from the first to the 3rd degree that we are talking about. You know, when the head centers become 7 instead of 5, and when the monad starts to come into view, and with all this precise work, which is abnormal, and it's strenuous, it's a forcing process, and the supplementation, the uplifting power of the rod of initiation, it's really entering the forcing process in this last number of lives. It's been a long haul. It's taken people more than 21 million years to get there, most of them. Some have gone faster. The Christ went much faster. But people who are on the doorway of initiation, most of them are coming from the moon chain, where millions of years were spent bringing them to a certain point of development, or in the previous solar system, and who knows how long it was spent at that time when the human being was individualized, and then that long pralaya, you know, it's taken a long time to get here. So the last work that's done in these petals related to initiation is so brief by comparison, and yet it is very arduous, and this is precisely the phase in which so many of us find ourselves, entering these last few lives, whether it's 30 or 15 or whatever it is. You know, it'd be interesting one day we'll study and, you know, see who took longer, who took a shorter time, and why. It's the why that counts, because then you can help other people understand how they can facilitate their process, you know, when you work with them in the psychological sense. So we have covered these 5 major petals which give us a kind of Brahmic consummation, a 5-pointed star at the first initiation. And now we our next study will be on the path of initiation, but of course we have to study petal 6, which will have a lot to do, because it's still active before the first initiation. It's a probationary path petal, and when it fully unfolds, it will indicate the second initiation. But all of the correctives we have to learn to apply, you know. It's one thing to say, well, this is how I am, which is an invitation to continued glamour, and another thing to say, okay, this is what I must correct. And so we will get into that process of Virgo and the necessity for self-correction. So that's it. I think we have reached the point where we can move on, and when I can, I will return to petal 6. There's quite a bit more to do. Petal 6, 7, 8, 9, and then some work on the synthesis petals, and then the viewing of the big charts, where, well, maybe it won't take that long, but we view everything side by side. And we see all these different factors arranged, thank you, BL, in a nice, orderly manner. And then, you know, it's just left for us to learn all this stuff and to apply the information in the assessment of our own developmental process and in the developmental process of others. It's not just looking at their horoscope. This is the beginning of the horoscope of the soul, where we actually see the area in which people are working for some time. Horoscopes of the personality change rapidly. What is the focus of the soul for some several lives? Maybe we can come to understand that. Okay, friends, that'll be it for the moment, and we'll be seeing you. All the best. Listen, look, study, patiently endure. Let it all sweep through you, the good and the bad, and hopefully mostly the good, and become steeped in this material until it becomes so much a part of you that, okay, you really know it. See you later.